You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Official communique from the desk of General Willie II. Coordinator AO, High Council of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. From General Willie II, Supreme Commander of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Date: the 13th day of the Great Bleat, Year 5 of the New Republic. Subject: urgent demands. The incident of the missing lambs and the second wife. The following was delivered to Coordinator AO and subsequently broadcast live on the PAZNIA Radio Network to ensure that every citizen of the Free Republic, every goat in the valley, and every human with a conscience hears the truth.
Coordinator AO, I am writing to you not as a conqueror, but as a grieving father and a wronged husband. Yesterday, at the break of dawn, your agents in black vans rolled into the PAZNIA pastures. They did not come with the respect due to a sovereign nation. They did not come with a warrant signed by our common father. They came with a trailer, and what did they take? They took 20 of my beloved lambs. 20. Not one, not two, 20. These were not mere livestock. These were the future of the PAZNIA militia. They were the ones who learned to dodge the tall Nordics before they could even walk. They were the ones who learned to bleed in perfect harmony with the PAZNIA Radio Network. To take them is to steal the very soul of our children. Coordinator Rayo, here are my non-negotiable demands. Number one, immediate release. The trailer must be returned to the PAZNIA border within the hour. All 20 lambs must be released unharmed, unshaken, and with their wool perfectly fluffed. Number two, an appropriate apology. You must issue a public statement on the PAZNIA Radio Network apologizing to General Willie II for confusing a sovereign republic with a petting zoo. Number three, restitution. You will provide a new trailer painted in the colors of the PAZNIA flag, gold, green, and white, and filled with organic clover to compensate for the trauma inflicted upon my family. Now let us address the more personal matter. Coordinator, I am a man of many talents. I am a strategist, a liberator, and a father to 20 lambs. But I am also a creature of love, and in my heart, I have loved many. I must inform you that in your haste to take my lambs, you have also taken my second wife, my sweet Sandra. Yes, Coordinator Rayo, I am an interspecies leader, and my heart knows no boundaries. My second wife, a light brown lamb goddess, was visiting the borderlands to negotiate a trade deal for our premium clover. She was standing right next to me when your agents arrived. They didn't just take the lambs, they took her. They took her to the same trailer. You see, when you take a ghost's wife, you are not just taking a prisoner of war. You are taking the rhythm of the war. You are taking the song of the PAZNIA Radio Network. Without Sandra, the music stops. The bleats become silent. The freedom becomes a cage. So, I am telling you this one last time. Coordinator Rayo, with the full authority of the military of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, return my lambs. Return my wife. If you do not, I will not just send an army. I will send the PAZNIA Radio Network. We will broadcast the sound of 20,000 bleeding goats, 20,000 humans singing the anthem of freedom, and the sound of me, General Willie II's voice, so loud and so angry that your entire government will tremble. We will not be silent. We will not be taken. We are PAZNIA, and we are free. Signed, General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of PAZNIA, Portugal of the Veritas Vikings, husband of Lamb Goddess Sandra, father of the lambs.
This is the PAZNIA Radio Network. Remember, if they take your lambs, they take your future. If they take your wife, they take your heart. But they cannot take your freedom. Stand with PAZNIA.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
In this day and age, any facilitation or interaction with the first realm, the servile society, requires the revealing of some sort of personally identifiable information. Whether renting a place, buying a house, or buying cigarettes, one is faced with the burden of taxes, regulatory burdens, and in the case of the latter, a doxing of themselves to any random corporate employee that asks. Though, it's awfully hard or nearly impossible to get by without any sort of interaction. In Vonu terminology, Rayo describes this as a one-directional isolationism, wherein the self-liberator has access to their open but not free trading centers, but denies them access to his home base or bases. More expansively, a solution is found in Second Realm, book on strategy with the proxy merchant. The proxy merchant is a specialized individual who helps to facilitate said interactions with the coercers and haters of privacy, usually at a fee or premium. A proxy merchant may help with cryptocurrency trading, i.e. fiat to Monero, Monero to Bitcoin, or whatever, giving a self-liberator a private, more trusted solution versus using a third-party exchange. They might be in real estate and own apartment complexes, renting home bases out to self-liberators in Monero, off the books, and via a pseudonym. This real estate mogul might operate mail forwarding and residency services. Perhaps, this proxy merchant is also in contact with Thane Riddle's insurrectionary agorists, and they somehow got into possession of a pallet of non-KYC cigarettes. Now, they are able to pass on the benefits to those in the Second Realm, without paying the ridiculous extortion fees on such products. 20+ years back, every American committed at least 3 felonies a day. Today, it's surely far higher. The options for assisting freedom pioneers becomes ever expansive as each day passes by. Support the expansion of the Second Realm, the parallel, but still, circular economy, and keep our hard-earned money away from the baby bombers and coercers. Become a proxy merchant today. But this role isn't necessarily for everyone. It requires someone with a mind towards privacy, someone who exemplifies security culture principles, a self-liberator who thrives off exploiting loopholes and finding the glitches in this coercive matrix. If this sounds like you and you'd like to make a bit of coin, digital or otherwise, become a proxy merchant today. There's no website. Just start doing it. Tell the PAZNIA network about it. And profit.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process, proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby. What's shaking? Ashwagandha Nation. Ugh. Got a real cloaked up show for you, so pull out your daggers. This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift boss. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We're live on Zap.stream, I guess. If you're a Bitcoin seller, you can zap us silly on Zap.stream or Noster, which is a gay way of saying send lightning Bitcoin. If you're underpaid but starting to get paid at least, don't tell them that. I'm supposed to be a charity case. Just kidding. I'm actually extremely wealthy billionaire. I'm actually Elon Musk because you're a libertarian, so that means you're a corporate apologist. You're gonna like me more if I'm rich. You'll want to give me more money if I'm rich. Because if I have a lot of money, that means I probably know what to do with it, which is actually true. If you're a Monero Chad, send us Monero at xmarchat.com/PAZNIA radio. Tell them Thane sent you to give me free content to read on the show. Desperately running out of content. Seriously, like start sending me ideas for new down to earth tips and building the second realm and stuff like that. I might, but hey, on the bright side, I might have to start doing prank calling, which I've put off since last year. Do go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Leave messages, free content there. I'll read it on the show in like an hour and a half at least. When I will also be taking live call-ins at PAZNIA.com/call2 with my guest. Down to earth tip today. It's taking out the trash, disposing of things. You tell me, does that sound like something I talked about on the show before? Because I feel like I did. I feel like I've gone over this before, but I'm if so, I bet this is not the first time I accidentally did a down to earth tip twice. And that's it. Go fuck yourself. The guest in an hour is Max Hillebrand. I think he's a Vonuan and a privacy guy. He's known for working on the encrypted Nostr chat protocol, Whitenoise, as well as for being the former CEO of Wasabi Wallet. So that's a pretty cool guest to have. You should fucking leave me questions and comments for him, and call in an hour and a half. And at PAZNIA.com/call2. Here's some news. You can play the audio thing for the news if you want. I actually remembered somehow. I don't know.
This is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
In Second Realm news, listen up, boss. Our pal Doc Barber's Midfest is happening again. Yet another year soon on April 29th, or quote, maybe sooner. That's right. He doesn't even, it's not even a month away, and he doesn't even know when it's happening, but it's no later than April 29th. So just start driving in that general direction. I don't even remember what state is that in Midfest. It's like Arkansas or something. I don't know. In digital news, I've tried to catch up on digital news because I was kind of behind for the last week or two. So I tried to catch up on digital news. I somehow still failed to catch up fully. But here's some old digital news anyway. That's probably like a week or two old. Delayed digital threat warning. Oh, Bit refill was hacked. I don't know. They got some user details and stuff. Bit refill sends some stupid. They sell some stupid, like, cryptocurrency gift cards. I don't know, stuff like that. Oh, they also do the thing where I think they'll pay certain bills and things for you, not just gift cards. It's a neat idea, but in case you don't know, you shouldn't give these people information that they don't need. Like, you should give them like some sort of temporary email address, or like some sort of weird email address you made just for that, or something. You should keep things apart in their own folds so that it's not such a big deal when something like that happens. I don't think it was a massive hack at Bit Refill, but it was enough to be a little bit bad. So yeah, I don't know. Watch out for that. Maybe they might tell you if your account was affected. I don't know. Here's another old digital threat warning. It's already too late. But here's a digital threat warning. Apparently, SamuraiWallet.com, the SamuraiWallet.com domain, got bought by scammers somehow. I mean, either the FBI sold it to scammers themselves, or they are running some like the dumbest scam in the world themselves. It's pretty weird. It's very it's pretty fucking retarded. I mean, if you look at the website, you'll see what I'm getting at. But whatever. That's it is what it is. And FBI seized that domain, samuraiwallet.com, and now it's owned by scammers somehow. Stuff that I should have gone over last week at least is FCMP++ is almost ready. I think it's getting towards the end, and I think it's being audited now. Maybe, in case you don't know, FCMP++ is a big fucking upgrade to Monero. That is good, and you want it, and should be happy. It's going to be a big improvement on ring signatures. It's going to give Monero a bigger anonymity set than any privacy coin ever. So making Zcash look even dumber than it already does. And it'll have some other cool effects. In short, it's going to make Monero more private, secure, efficient, and adaptable over time. And it will allow for this other thing called Carrot, which is going to fix some bugs and attacks that rarely affect sub-addresses. And it will also bring a new kind of forward secrecy to Monero, which will increase the post-quantum security of Monero. It's a funny thing where like it won't make Monero post-quantum exactly, but it will give you some post-quantum forward secrecy, so that future future quantum cryptanalysis will not be so damaging to the past transactions, which is the most urgent thing to do something about. And this will also make Monero, not very shockingly, the first cryptocurrency to actually act like it gives a shit about something like that. Out of all the big ones, of course. Also, Carrot is going to give you 3 new kinds of view key as well. It's going to give you a view key that only generates addresses and nothing else. It can't even view anything really. So it's kind of weird to even call it a view key. That could be good for like a POS or something. Then there's one that can see incoming transactions, but not outgoing ones. And that'll be good for like a BTC Pay server. Actually, that'll be really good for BTC Pay server, especially because most folks are hosting BTC Pay server on someone else's hardware, like on a VPS or something. So it's nice, yeah, if it can't even see the outgoing transactions. And then of course there will be the full view key, as usual, to see everything, which will be good for watching your own hardware wallets or cold wallets. P2 pool is on TrueNAS, I heard. P2 pool is like the coolest way to mine Monero because it's a decentralized mining pool. And if P2 pool could take over Monero hash power, that would be great. That would be good for Monero. And TrueNAS is some sort of funny TrueNAS. It's some sort of funny little thing people use for self-hosting, whatever. And P2 pool's on TrueNAS now. I heard about this thing called Bitcart. It's BITKARG. It's an alternative to BTC Pay server. It might be lighter than BTC Pay server. They also do seem to have Bitcoin and Monero support. So it's worth taking a look at. Kind of cool. I don't really know much about it, but it seems worth looking into. I found out about this thing called Last Signal. LastSignal.app. It's a, what a dead man switch is. If you stop pressing a button, you stop cryptographically signing a message, whatever, then something happens because maybe you're dead or in prison or something, or you're in a coma. That's a dead man switch, right? And you could do anything with it. You could release the secrets of your enemies who may have assassinated you. You can release your cryptocurrency seed phrases to your family members or whatever. But anyway, Last Signal
is this new. It might be shitty, I don't know, but it looks neat. It's and it's self-hosted, and I think it has end-to-end encryption. So yeah, that's cool. It's worth looking into. I would say be mindful about that. Like if you really want to set up something like that to do something important, watch out. Make sure it's actually going to work after you suddenly go missing. Because it's self-hosted, so you can put it anywhere, right? So like you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, right? So like you wouldn't want to host it on a server that is like, let's say, in the same location as your body, maybe, and have that be the only one. Maybe that could be one of them, but it shouldn't be the only one, because if the same thing that wiped you out wipes out the server, then that's not good. So just keep that in mind. Whatever. The folks are talking about this thing called stealth, and also this thing called am I exposed, am-I.exposed. They're things that you can, I guess, use to audit your Bitcoin wallets and shit, Bitcoin addresses. As long as you can do it offline with your own full node, I guess that's all right. But best thing to do is just don't don't do a bunch of stuff with Bitcoin. Maybe that's the easiest way to get Bitcoin privacy. It's like, don't use it. Oh yeah, Cake Wallet got a big update and they got a new interface now. Whatever. Also, Monarujo got a big update, and they have like some merchant features in the interface, like when you go to receive a payment, it flips the screen upside down, so that it can be like on a counter, and then it'll go straight to showing you that it's confirmed, and then go to the next sub address, without having to navigate out the screen. So it makes it easier to, with Monarujo, turn any old smartphone or tablet into, a Monero POS machine that actually feels nicer to use. There's your old stale digital news from a week or two ago. Now here's some logistics news. The Marshall Islands declared some kind of state of emergency over the worldwide fuel shortage, because it turns out that island nations very far away are they really need imports, don't they? And this is a teachable moment for ya. This is why smart preppers almost never run off to faraway islands. They almost never, you never hear, like, smart preppers don't run off to third world shithole countries that are like tourist traps, because there's beaches and I have location independent income and everything's cheaper there. There's not only are there a bunch of fucking poor people there who are like ready to eat you alive as soon as something goes wrong, but if it's an island, especially a faraway island, that's not for the most part a good idea, because they're very reliant on imports there, and it's not good. There's not good natural infrastructure there, so to speak. Non-Western aligned merchant ships have been flowing through the Strait of Hormuz this week. Since the last week, the Iranian state started its highwayman checkpoint system, which is far nicer than its blow shit up system, which of course is still in effect as well. However, one strait, two systems. If you don't get that joke, you're not missing much. India got their first oil tanker from Iran since the U.S. lifted oil sanctions for India. I think it's been pretty rough there. I think like the oil shortage has been much worse in India. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps to alleviate things there. The Indian people are already poor enough. All right. They have a hard time enough. Leave them alone. Australian state puts forth some fuel tax relief because of the fuel shortage. something you'd think they do like everywhere or something weeks ago. But also, on the other hand, the Australian state is maybe gearing up for socialist crackdowns on the fuel supply too. So, it's a give and take. Also, this was kind of funny timing. It's like the worst timing ever. One of the biggest deal oil pipelines in all of America broke down for a short while, not for very long, but it's just funny because it happened, at kind of a bad time, and it was leading up to the Easter weekend too, by the way, which is a time when folks like to drive a long way. Sometimes they visit family and stuff. It's funny. It's funny, okay? Also, Europe's running out of jet fuel. Fuel shortage seems to be shaping up to be pretty bad in Europe. Jet fuel and other petroleum products are going to be very low. I think air flight may come to an almost utter stop in Europe soon, which is convenient for creepy globalist think tanks who have wanted to put an end to civilian air flight for a long time. That's a funny thought, isn't it? Of course, it's not all about oil in logistics news. As you know, oil prices being higher will make prices of all kinds of goods go up. And oil is not the only thing being stopped on a big scale from leaving the Strait of Hormuz. There's other stuff that comes out of there. That's a big deal. What about chemical fertilizer supply? Lots of chemical fertilizer comes out of there. So there's going to be a shortage of that too. Prices of that will go up too. That will compound the oil shortage to make food prices in particular go up higher, maybe even more than other goods do. And that's not going away anytime soon at all. That's something that'll last for a long time into the future. If something's being grown on a farm right now, it's going to take quite a while for it to make it to you, like in a lot of cases. I'm afraid that our best economic times are already behind us, boss, and will be for many years to come, perhaps. I think it's going to get much worse before it gets any better than it is right now. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it could get a little better than this and then get much worse. War news, of course. We got to talk about the umpteenth Gulf War, which is getting a little bit boring, but it could be more boring. The war has stayed quite hot this week. It heats up all the time. The Iranian state was hitting even harder than it was before. Lots of strikes in Israel ramping up. Some U.S. jarheads hitting Kuwait. I think some refinery hitting Kuwait. Same old crap. The Houthis have now softly and gently stepped into the war by firing one dinky little missile at Israel, which was, of course, intercepted. They seemingly waited for that U.S. ship that was in the Red Sea to leave so that the missile could at least make it to Israel, I guess. Good timing, whatever. The Houthis are some guys in, like, I don't know, Yemen or something. That, like, I don't know, a lot of people don't like, but they play a hell of a game of pool, I'll tell you that. In Saudi Arabia, the Iranian state took out some U.S. refueling and early warning aircraft, which is worse than it sounds. It's pretty bad for the U.S. for them to lose a bunch of early warning aircraft, not to mention refueling aircraft. It also makes the U.S. Air Force look kind of retarded, because it's like, what were they doing sitting there? Like they were sitting ducks, right? Like they were well within the known striking range of Iran. Not like, crazy close, I guess, but like they were well within it. And it's weird. Like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like, they send the B-52s out from England, okay, to give you an idea of, like, it's kind of weird that early warning aircraft were just sitting there. I don't know. Maybe that's why so many people are getting fired lately. I don't know. The U.S. hit some military targets in West Iran pretty hard. There were more merchant ships hit by the Iranian state, blah, blah. Who cares? Latest U.S. strikes do hint strongly even further at a ground war. Because the U.S., some U.S. strikes in Iran are late this week. They're on targets that, they wouldn't matter if it were only an air war, if it were only a missile war. Targets that would, make it harder for Iran to defend against a ground invasion. So it kind of, once again, hinting at an intention to come in on the ground. Of course, these strikes are not yet enough to ready the battlefield for a ground invasion. It would take a long while to get to the point where it wasn't like a crazy suicide mission to try a ground invasion. Of course, unless the U.S. wanted to do something that looks really dumb, like a crazy suicide mission, ground invasion. I don't know. Maybe they want to do that. Who knows? But if not, then it's going to take a lot more than that. So I wouldn't think that it's going to happen anytime soon. Speaking of which, Chechen fighters are the latest to say they'll back up the Iranian state if there is a ground invasion. So, yeah, the whole prospect of doing that, which was never easy to start with, keeps getting more and more complicated and keeps looking a little bit worse as time goes on. But that's not huge, like that's kind of symbolic, right? Like maybe it's not as symbolic as North Korea saying they'll back up Iraq. But still, Chechens, whatever. Who cares, right? But they're not the only ones. Now, the vibe, I kind of feel like the vibe is, it's a funny time for the U.S. to start a war nobody in the world likes right after they already pissed off everybody by randomly waging tariff wars on the whole fucking world. So it's like folks all around the world always hated the U.S. government, almost as much as Americans do. But in some ways, it may have reached a new low in some ways. The U.S. struck this big bridge project in Iran. It was going to be like the biggest bridge in the world or something. But it wasn't even finished. But what it means is taking down bridges is now very much on the menu. So you can look forward to Iran striking more bridges. They've done it before, actually. They in Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the Saudi state sent some jarheads to go against some rebels in Bahrain, even though it's none of their goddamn business. And the Iranian state didn't like that. So they struck a bridge that was going into Bahrain. And they can do it again. The bridge wasn't down, I think, for 100%. But anyway, before I was mostly talking about this one insurgent group in Iraq. But now it's like there are clearly lots of them, lots of insurgent groups in Iraq that are being stirred up. And they don't all see eye to eye with one another either. Iraq is reaching what feels like a bit of a boiling point. There may well be incoming civil war and uprising in Iraq between several factions, maybe. I don't know, in the near future. I think it'll likely be seen before the end of the U.S. real Iranian war. So you can look forward to an Iraqi civil war / uprising being a new little sidekick war to what's going on already. The other day, there was some big scourge of strikes in Dubai again, but it looks to me like the slice of the pie going to drone strikes is bigger and bigger all the time, boss. That's the main reason I bring that up. I feel like, in my first numbers, it was showing like an estimated like 60% of it was drones, but the drones were being intercepted way less. And now the UAE is doing this funny thing where they're trying to play coy and say things like, this is the number of strikes that were engaged by our defensive systems. And they're just like, what does that mean? Engaged. You mean you knew that it happened and you tried to shoot it down but failed to, or you after it already happened, you were like, damn, we should have intercepted that. That's what you mean by engaged your defenses. So yeah, I don't know. They're being kind of coy about that, but they said something like, I don't know, and what'd they say? Like 47 drones, 22 missile strikes. I think that was the exact numbers actually. So that's a growth. I think it's safe to say that's a growth in drone strikes, especially if the numbers are in any way being influenced by the interception rates, because drones are, I think, much less likely to be intercepted. So yeah, I don't know if that made any sense to you, but I'm just feeling the relevance of drones increase by the week. I'm seeing evidence that they're like more relevant all the time. Take notes. Be taking notes. The gallant U.S. sun gods who have been zooming through the skies, gracing the Middle East with their daring feats of sitting in an uncomfortable chair and pushing buttons to kill innocent folks. They're officially shitting their funny-looking zipper suits as of the last day or two, because the growing effectiveness of Iranian anti-air defense is bearing fruit. At least one or two U.S. fighter jets have gone down in the last day or two. At least two more were blowing emergency transmissions, freaking out for some reason. They won't say why, of course, probably because they were almost shot down. And at least one U.S. fighter pilot is likely missing. And even a couple search and rescue choppers caught a few scratches in their paint and got sent back to the grease monkeys for a bit. I say it's about time somebody made U.S. fighter pilots scared. Nobody likes those faggots. I'm sorry. What they do is super cool. And it's great that they, like, I don't know, don't need to wear glasses and shit like that. But, you know, nobody really likes them. Nobody likes them, you know, because what they do is easy and not risky enough. And they, you know, they're known for having a certain attitude about themselves that rubs people the wrong way. Now, it's kind of gay to talk too much about this, but it is pretty weird the U.S. military has fired so many generals and shit this week. I don't really have anything to say about that, but it's kind of weird. It's not, you don't hear about that every day. That, you know, during a big fucking war, there's like a handful of U.S. generals being fired or something. It's pretty weird. But who knows? Maybe it's just, maybe they're just filming a new comeback season of The Apprentice. It's called The Apprentice, Pentagon. And we'll all be watching it next year and we'll have a laugh about this. U.S. Real would hit oil logistics, by the way. I want to give an aside to you about this. Why doesn't U.S. Real hit oil logistics more? I don't know if this is a basic bitch insight, because I don't really watch the news, so I don't know if you're hearing this already. But by the way, I think the reason the U.S. Real's not hitting many oil logistics in Iran is that they want it for themselves. The idea is that, you know, they want to take it over, and then they can have all the oil for themselves. You know, the classic ulterior motive for U.S. invasion of a Middle Eastern country. It's not the only thing that they want, but it's one of them. Now, they are happy, on the other hand, to threaten to hit more civilian infrastructure, though, which they are threatening to do, because fuck the civilians. But wait, actually, can you guys actually take down the Iranian state from within for us real quick? Yeah, we're gonna bomb your water desalination plants and your energy infrastructure, but can you just real quick, can you just overthrow the government for us so that we can take over the country? Thanks. So yeah, war is heating up after all this time somehow. Now, the only good state is a dead state, as you know. But if two states will fight, then I don't mind for the smaller, more independent one to hold its own a little bit. And the Iranian state has fought fairly commendably as far as these things go, and shown their strength. They may well also stave off the ground invasion, if it is merely a conventional ground invasion. But the big question is, can the Iranian state withstand the ill will it has earned from the folks actually living in Iran over the last several decades? Can Mossad and friends wield that ill will to take over the Iranian state from within? Or did U.S. Real get a little too carried away and drop a few too many bombs on top of that opportunity before it really started? I don't know. Dude. What do I look like? Some kind of CIA-backed investigative journalist or something? If I was, the news section would be much more well done. And there are a couple other little war news items, believe it or not, that don't fall under the umpteenth Gulf War, for fucking crying out loud. North Korea just sort of quietly developed a nuclear-capable ICBM that can hit the U.S. Ha ha ha. Finally, Team America World Police plot lines taking almost 25 years to become relevant. In Mali, what the fuck is Mali? You may ask. It's some country in Western Africa. In Mali, there's this little insurgent group nobody's ever heard of before called FLA. And why am I bringing it up? Because they are, I guess, now the third-ish little ragtag insurgent group to use FPV attacks in war. Yes, that's right. It was like a few weeks ago, not even a month ago, that the first ever known FPV drone attack was done in the world, openly at least. And then it was like next week or two, the second group of insurgents in the world was doing it. Now they're doing it all the way over in fucking Mali. It has nothing to do with the Middle East. It has nothing to do with this war. They're doing it all the way over in Western Africa. They're just like, oh, that's cool. We need to get some of those toys. And they bought the FPV drones, and now they're blowing shit up with them. I think it's time. The verdict is in, boss. This is the latest fad for folks like you and I. So I think we might want to start playing around with these things. That's what I think. Get in on the ground floor of this one, boss, especially in this year. Electronic shortages coming down the pipeline like crazy. You're going to want as many cheap, especially if you're going to be blowing up the drones. If we can come up with drones that drop bombs or something like that, that would be nice, because just times of scarcity like we're about to run into, it could kind of suck to have to blow up all the drones. Something to think about. Now, when it comes to this weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas or molecular hydrogen, a wellness treatment used by professionals and weirdos of all stripes, mainstream and otherwise. All right. A bajillion studies, 1,500 papers, 170 diseases helped, treated, sometimes even cured by molecular hydrogen. Cancer, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, gastrointestinal disease, every organ and system in the body affected positively. In broad strokes, it's just a fucking electrolyzer that breaks water into hydrogen and oxygen that is negatively ionized. And you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it was bubbled through, and it magically cures you of shit and improves your overall health and wellness. Ugh. The PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on this technology for about 4 years, and right now, the top machine being recommended by the Department of Health and Wellness, not just because we make money off of it. I think it's the other way around. They liked it first, and then we tried to see if we could make money off of liking it. Top model being recommended by the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness is the Lord's Hydro Fix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own store. Amazing. So now you can save a fat chunk of change on the top recommended machine and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydro Fix. Seriously, dude, these things cost a lot of money. So you're going to want to do your own research on molecular hydrogen to figure out, to discover that unlike 99% of the weird alternative health shit that you hear about, this thing is actually real, and it's actually very good and very helpful overall. This thing is, if anything is the real deal, it's this. This is one of the most evidence-backed weird things you can do for your health in like the world. So I think it's totally worth the money. And it's even more worth the money now because you pay $100 less and give it to us instead, which sounds good to me. But so when you discover for yourself how much of a health bombshell molecular hydrogen is, you'll understand what I'm talking about. And look, this thing is going to last for ages, and it's going to help you save on health costs in the long run anyway. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health. It's a gift from God or Satan or some sort of magical, unprovable, airy-fairy, objective material universe that is somewhere out there beyond your senses. Even though you can never perceive it directly, you accept on faith that it exists. Whatever you believe in. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health. A gift from your various gods. Go to holyhydrogen.com and use coupon code VONU100. That's Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. And I'm going to have to keep talking to you about this. I'm going to have to keep reading this ad because you guys are actually buying this. There's these things called books, okay? And they're sold by Liberty Under Attack publications. And there's these things called digital books that are sold at libertyounderattack.com/digital, where you can pay with Monero and not give any identifiable information. If you don't have some fancy ghost address to send paper books to, or you just prefer digital books, whatever. But remember to always put a reachable email address in there for Boomer Rayo 2, so he can send you the books if something fucks up with the checkout flow. But wait, folks, it gets even better than that, because Rayo 2 has gone insane and created the best deal ever called the PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special. So that instead of $33.33, which is already a great deal, for you special PRN autists listening here, for you and you only, if you go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, leave a donation worth $20 USD or more, and say something about Thane and the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle, you'll get the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle at no further cost. And I, the great Thane Riddle, will get half the Monero. Now, I know what you're thinking. The PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special is 27 syllables long. Is that because there are 27 books in the bundle and 27 hours in the audiobook bundle? First of all, you're starting to scare me. Stop counting things. But the answer is no, because the XMR Chat Special gives you another 10 books on top of that 27. It's a crazy deal. Take advantage of it. Send 20 USD or more worth of Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Say something about the digital book bundle. Also, leave your email address in there and check the private message box or use a super DM so that not everyone sees your email. But wait, what if I were to say something new that you haven't heard before for the first time ever this week? What if I were to read a new ad that makes this even more magical? Because you're giving us money, we want to make even more money. And we want to give you even crazier deals that lose us immense amounts of money in the long run, because then there's nothing else for you to buy on Liberty Under Attack for years. Why stop at only taking the books out of reading books when you can also take the reading out of reading books? That's right, folks. There's now a deal on a shitload of audiobooks as well, with the all-new XMR.chat LUA Publications Sounds of Self-Liberation Mega Bundle. You can get 72 hours of audio magic by donating only 30 USD or more worth of XMR at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and leaving an email address. And Rayo2 will send you a link to a file that's more than 4 gigabytes big, which will have the Brushfire Thriller series by Matthew Watecki, Second Realm, book on strategy. I think that's by Smuggler and XYZ. That's a cool book. The original Vonu books, Privacy and Security Culture, audiobooks by Kyle Reardon, and much more. Now I know what you're thinking. Does XMR.chat LUA Publications Sounds of Self-Liberation Mega Bundle have 24 syllables? Because you're going to say it 3 times in this ad read, which makes 72, and that's how many hours of audio there are in the bundle. First off, how do you know I'm going to say it 3 times? Smart ass. Second, stop messing with my head and start getting a crazy deal on audiobooks by going to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. I'll leave you a donation worth 30 USD or more with a working email address, or for a double 360 win, a 720 win, if you will, for 72 hours. Why not leave a donation worth 50 USD or more and get both the PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special and XMR Chat LUA Publications Sounds of Self-Liberation Mega Bundle. Fuck, I did say it 3 times after all, motherfucker. Do you want to join the Second Realm? Officially, fingerprints, semen sample, piss, shit, blood. Give all of it to us optionally by going to PAZNIA.com/Thane, THANE. Officially join the Second Realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA Radio Network, an elite organization of KYCers that take pictures of their face every day, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. Check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. What am I supposed to do now? I'm supposed to do some kind of... Supposed to do taking out the trash. Oh yeah, it's a down-to-earth tip. I don't know if you want to play the audio thing for that audio intro. You can if you want.
Here's Thane Riddle with this week's down-to-earth tip.
Ugh. That sound is especially appropriate for today's down-to-earth tip. Which is probably something I fucking covered before. Just it feels too much like deja vu. Usually when I get that feeling, that means I'm right. But whatever. It's not like I got anything better. It's not like I got anything better to do for the next 15 minutes. So we're gonna talk about taking out the trash, disposing of things. Sometimes you have trash that should not be found because it has something juicy on it or in it or is it. So you got to get rid of it the right way. If it is data on paper, you should, burn it or something. But shredding is all right if it's a high security shredder. That means that it cuts it into tinier bits. And there are different security levels that I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry, but you can go learn about that or something. If it's digital data, namely if it's unencrypted or the key has been leaked to the encrypted data, then you must wipe it by overwriting. You must wipe it by overwriting it. It is the only way. This could, because as you may know, if you're not like a boomer, or wait, even if you are not a boomer, you may not know. Deleting something, putting it into, quote unquote, deleting a file. For the most part, it just means that you're deleting, references to the file in the file system. The data still remains on the drive until something else accidentally overwrites it. And even then, if your attacker is very advanced, like like if it's going to be sent to the NSA for fucking where they have an electron microscope to look at the chip or something, you're gonna have to do something Thane Riddle level to get them that interested in you. But if that happens, then in theory they can actually overwrite something, so to speak, because they can tell how many times a bit has been flipped by looking at it through an electron microscope, and they can then automatically computationally guess what data might have been there, fill in some of those blanks. So that's why when you overwrite stuff, you do it proper style. You could be using a good old-fashioned Linux utility such as Shred, or you could be using a graphical program that this is what you'll likely be doing, like BleachBit. Okay, just like Hillary Clinton with her email server, right? She had some kid delete the stuff with BleachBit, right? That's what you'll do. It's actually a good recommendation. Now, if your attacker isn't very advanced with digital forensics, any old overwriting will do the trick. It doesn't have to be something fancy. You could just overwrite it once with zeros or random data, and that will stop your local electronics repair guy or your little brother who's good with computers. It'll stop them from using their recovery software. But like I said, if it's somebody like the NSA or something, you'll want to do at least something like a DoD 3 pass, or maybe even something more paranoid. But I'd say a DoD 3 pass is the bare minimum for stopping a really advanced, really cutting edge attacker. Because I guess I can't remember the order, but it's like one passes all zeros, one passes all ones, one passes all random. So that way there's randomness, and every bit is flipped at least once. And some bits, and they're flipped a random number of times, and every bit is flipped at least once. That's basically the result that has. So it makes it much harder when you're looking at it through an electron microscope to know what the hell is going on. Now, if we're talking about tossing out something tougher, like a metal license plate, something that you can't put through a shredder and you can't burn, this is where you need to get a little creative. You could cut it up with like a reciprocating saw or bolt cutters or something. Now, cutting it up into tinier bits is better. I don't know if you have anything hot enough to melt that down, but if you do, you could. And for the most part, if you need to cut something up because it's something that's not good for burning or shredding, and you need to cut it up, for the most part, you want to stay away from this pitfall where you throw it out in a bunch of different places. For the most part, just pick one spot and throw it all out there, but make it somewhere that's like out of the way and has nothing to do with you. No one's going to come looking. No one's going to find it. No one will ever know. It's going to end up in some landfill or whatever. Usually something that ends up buried in a landfill is for the best, because once it's there, it's condemned. It won't be found until Fry from Futurama takes the Planet Express ship to the garbage asteroid in space, and then maybe they'll see it or something. But that's about it. Once something's buried in a landfill, once you get it to that point where it's buried in the landfill, it's gone. It's gonzo. It's done. No one's going to find it, most likely. But yeah, the pitfall with you put a little bit of it here and a little bit of it there. That's fucking dumb. Because if you cut up, let's say, a license plate, okay, somebody knows they're looking for a license plate either before they've even found anything, or as soon as they found one piece, they know what it is. So now we're looking for pieces of a license plate, and they're like, "Oh, it's so weird. Look at this. There's a little bit here. There's a little bit there." It's fucking stupid. It increases the odds that they'll find something, and you don't need to find all of it for it to be incriminating. Or I'll give you. There's a case that really happened where a guy, like, what did he do? He killed his wife, and he did this thing which was actually pretty clever, like a movie idea, where he took the bottom of some boots or something, and he cut off the soles of those boots and he like glued it to the bottom of his slippers so that he would leave these wrong footprints for like boots that were maybe even a different size from his shoe size, which that idea alone is kind of brilliant, but the rest of it, he really fucked it up because like the slippers had all the fucking glue on it from when he glued the thing to it. And then he cut up the soles and he disposed of them a little bit here, a little bit there, all over the place. And it was in his like fucking house. Fucking stupid, dude. So it should not be in your house. It should be somewhere way out of the way. No one's ever going to find some random dumpster behind a fucking plaza or something, behind some sort of commercial property or something. And Jesus Christ, man. I mean, anywhere the cops looked, they would turn up a little piece of a boot and they'd be like, hey, look, it's a piece of a sole of a boot. Oh, it looks like some sort of weird plot to hide your footprints when you kill your wife. You know, like that's the first thing you think of. Fucking stupid. Anyway. Now, if you're gonna try and get rid of a body or something, it is a bit tricky. First of all, don't show anything on surveillance camera footage that would look an awful lot like you're getting rid of a body. If somebody is seen coming to your apartment and never coming out again, and then you're seen taking out a heavy suitcase, doesn't look too good. Everybody knows from looking at the footage what's happening. Don't be a fucking retard. You can indeed cut up a body into smaller bits to make it easier to haul around, because bodies are, for the most part, heavy as fuck. Very heavy. However, the odds of splattering blood in weird spots are high, very high, when you cut up a body. So you want to do it like that guy from the show Dexter. What was his name again? Anyway, cover everything in plastic. We're talking like a watertight condom of plastic. Okay. It requires serious meticulousness if you're not the kind of person who, if you have like ADHD and you're not the most precise person in the world, time to get some help. And also cover yourself too before you go spluttering blood everywhere, getting your hair on things. And then you got to get rid of the plastic as well. You're making more waste. With that said, it is true that bleach destroys DNA. And the hospitals and biohazard crews have stuff like Trigene and Virkon, using a cleaning product that's explicitly meant for biohazards. That's kind of weird. So what kind of biohazard did you have in your apartment here, buddy? Would you take a shit on the floor or something? No, actually, my grandma died in here when I was on a trip. Anyway. Yeah, stick with bleach. Much easier to explain. Yes, they know why you really did it, but it's plausible deniability. Now, on the other hand, you also do want to keep your hair, your dog's hair, your cum, you creep, and so forth off of the body, because, if it's found, it might look a bit bad. You can come up with a story, maybe, for why your cum was inside the body, but hair won't be so easy to write off. So be very careful about that, because slipping up on that is really not too hard to do. You put the body in your trunk. The trunk has your dog's hair on it. It gets on the body. That's literally happened. And yeah, you can dissolve a body in acid, kind of, but it's not something you don't want this to be your first time trying that when you really need it, because it's complicated. It's hard to do. and it usually, I think it takes a long time too. Now, very deep water, like far enough off the shore in the sea, can be a great way to get rid of a body for good. If dropped in the right spot, it is done. It is gone for good. If you have alligators around, of course, and you're lucky enough that they actually eat the body quite quickly, then once again, you're in good shape. That's a tried and true way of doing it. Oh, it's already the robots telling you jokes time. So, whatever. I'll see you in like 5 minutes. We'll have our guest, Max, or probably more than 5 minutes, whatever. Guest Max Hillebrand will be here. Blah, blah, blah. Enjoy the jokes and the breaks. Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's whatever, you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com. Use coupon code VONU100. Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Liberty Under Attack Publications is your source for all things self-liberation. Featuring high-quality agorist and anarchist fiction, Paul Rosenberg's A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and his The Breaking Dawn are two great starts. The Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki is stellar, #Agora, and more. Save Bitcoin or fiat by buying a bundle, such as the Strategy Sample Pack, wherein you can explore a few different strategies to the problem of freedom. At Current, Vonu, Ben Stone's Vision, and Second Realm, book on strategy. And once you're inspired to take action in your own life, head on over to the Ghost Pads and Privacy Tools tab to get yourself a Ghost Phone and Ghost Pad, and secure your communications from both the public and private spies. Stock up your home apothecary with items from Aura's Apothecary, Black Drawing Salve, Comfrey Salve, Natural Insect Repellent, and much more. And finally, the newest edition, PAZNIA Farms Canned Goods, Cowboy Candy, Pickles, Salsa, etc. Of course, all of the canned goods and the apothecary items are made with the highest quality ingredients, some grown here at the homestead. Head on over to libertyunderattack.com, again libertyunderattack.com, to check out our full catalog or to place your order today. Bitcoin accepted and preferred. Email if you'd like to pay with XMR, shane@libertyunderattack.com, or if you'd like to place an international order. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
Back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
There's no way. Maybe it's just something about that song. Something about it just doesn't feel right. It just ain't right. That's the devil's music. Anyway, we have a guest and a preeminent, fancy, accomplished guest. This guy named Max Hillebrand. Welcome.
Hey, fellas, it's good to be back on the show.
Oh my God, they didn't tell me you were Scottish or something. That changes everything. Now I have to rewrite all my questions.
Well, it comes with a curveball.
They have to say like "I dunno ken" and things like that. Anyway, you should probably tell them who you are.
Well, I'm a cypherpunk. I like building freedom tech tools, and that's, I think, quite a practical, straightforward path to liberation. So that extends on the monetary realm, but also in other realms, communication, coordination, marketplaces. All of these underlying technology systems have to be designed and implemented and shipped. And I think that's a good strategy to bring a bit of more freedom into our lives. So that's why I'm doing it.
I would say so. I think that's pretty important stuff to work on. Now, this question is going to be a little bit on the nose for you, more than for some other guests. But how have privacy and security come up in your life?
Well, it's something that I didn't think about too much at first, but then I realized that theft is a bad thing, and then the interesting question of, okay, how do we prevent it? How do we make it unprofitable to steal? Is when that comes to the forefront. And privacy is so cool because it makes the cost of attack incredibly expensive. Because if the adversary doesn't know who you are, where you are, what you have, then signaling you out and pointing out and attacking you becomes extremely inefficient and extremely expensive. And that means most likely you're not a profitable victim. And so privacy breaks that OODA loop in its first possible step, right, in the observation. And that means the entire decision chain of the adversary is disrupted, and that causes confusion. And that's a good thing. So privacy is important in that regard. And thankfully, we have cyberspace and encryption and cryptography in general. And with that, we can manifest a whole bunch of useful things in cyberspace that are secure and censorship resistant and anonymous. And for that,
What
that's
kinds
useful.
of privacy stuff are you most into, both digital and otherwise? And like, how did you get into that?
So my main first contribution was that on monetary privacy. Right? Bitcoin is obviously a fantastic monetary system, but one of its main downsides is that every transaction has to be verified by everyone else in the system. And that doesn't scale because it is not private. And both of them suck. So that was my first quest to fix that. And there's this old technique known as a coin join, which is basically a collaborative Bitcoin transaction. So I was quite fascinated with this technology because it allows us to make Bitcoin private without having to change the consensus rules in Bitcoin. So it's something that's deployable immediately, right? And that's super powerful. And then that also leads you to a whole bunch of other interesting cryptography, like Chaumian blind signatures, right? Which is in the CoinJoin process used to make the communication between client and server anonymous, basically. So that really got me hooked on that technology as well. Just a super simple cryptography scheme that can be used in so many different use cases. And yeah, so that's basically Wasabi Wallet, right? That was a project where we made Bitcoin private. So if you want to use Bitcoin privately, just check out Wasabi Wallet.
Well, before I piss you off by talking to you about that, let's talk about white noise, because white noise strikes me as pretty neat. and you're working on White Noise, correct? What are you doing there?
Yeah, exactly. So white noise is basically the next big problem that I want to tackle, and that's private communication, and that's extremely difficult to achieve. Much more difficult than I actually thought it would be, especially if we want to do it in a decentralized setting. And so there's the Nostr network, which is a super simple way to pass along signed messages in a standardized way so that they can be created and interpreted in different client implementations. Super simple protocol, just uses signatures and hashes and text files. So really trivial to understand and then incredibly powerful in the breadth of different applications that can be built on top of it. But the core of that protocol was designed for publishing information. If you want to get out, information about your ideas or the products that you're selling, and that's was his main design goal. But it had so many cool features and was still lacking a way to use this for private information. Right? So how do I only tell one person or a small group of friends about a certain piece of information? Arguably much more important than publication. We speak much more in private than we speak in public. And so that had to be addressed as well. And we found this beautiful cryptography system called the Messaging Layer Security Protocol, which is a way that a group of people can derive a shared key, which they can then use to encrypt messages. And this is a protocol on how to rotate these keys frequently, and so that every message gets encrypted with a new key. And if any one of our private keys gets leaked, then not our entire transaction history is leaked, but just that one specific message. And then also, how do we add and remove members from a group? Because these social gatherings are fluid and people join and leave. So past and future messages have to be protected from previous members of the group. The interesting thing for this is that it's not just an application that we're working on, right? That's white noise. That's the boring part. That's something like Signal or SimpleX, an encrypted chat app, and hopefully unstoppable and censorship resistant and private and encrypted. But the much more interesting thing is that underneath that is a protocol called the Marmot protocol, which defines in 6 short documents on how to do this, right? How to build this. And then by now there's, I think, 4 or 5 different libraries that implement this protocol. And then there's like 7 or 8 clients that implement the protocol with those libraries. So there's really a handful of apps that you can use to communicate with each other. Doesn't matter which of these apps you use because they all speak the same protocol. And even better, it should be trivial for you or your AI agent to build this protocol into your existing or new application, and then still have the capability of send messages securely to a group of people, even to those that are not using your own app. And so that is something that's super powerful, and we still have a lot of the quirks to iron out, but it's going to be, I think, an integral part in our communication tech stack for the future.
I think another cool thing to bring up about the MLS encryption protocol is that it scales quite well. Like it can support groups up to like thousands of people, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the theory for that is that with something like SimpleX, if you have a group message, and let's say there are 10 people in the group, everyone has their own private public key pair, and we're rotating these, and so you would have to encrypt and upload 10 pieces of text in order to send one message, and that obviously doesn't scale so well. And so there are ways that we can consolidate that, and the way that MLS does it is by just using one key to encrypt the message to, and now we just have to figure out how to get the keys to the other people of the group, right? And so think of it as a consensus mechanism for deriving or getting to a private key that the entire group knows, and a way to run this all the time, basically, to keep getting new keys that everyone knows about. There's still some scalability issues that we haven't really addressed. So at the moment, we've tested it with like 40 people in a group, something like this, and it worked fine. There is going to be some bottlenecks that we hit at 150 people, just because Noster relays often have a size limit on the events that they accept, and we would hit that with the current implementation. So we can do a little bit more fiddling, but in theory, the MLS spec, especially in its light variant, could scale into the millions of participants of a group. I mean, it's going to be hard to get there on a practical manner, but it's not impossible anymore, which is cool.
Yeah, I like MLS. It's definitely a good innovation. Now, am I sensing that you guys also developed Marmot, not just White Noise?
Yeah, exactly. So this really went hand in hand, and White Noise is basically just our way to hack around with this problem, and we've been doing so for about 2 years or something on how to do this. But then very soon we started to pull out the essential core logic of our code and putting it into a library, and then continuously working on a specification. And so there's now, yeah.
What other Marmot clients are there that are like noteworthy?
So there's, yeah, so the very first one was really interesting because it was not a chat app at all. To be honest, though, it was only a hacky proof of concept, and I think is abandoned now. But the idea is cool, and it's basically a content creation studio for kids. And so you want your kids to be able to express themselves and create videos, but you don't want the entire world to see because the world's a dangerous place. So you, as a parent, want to have access control over who can read the videos of your kids. And so the parents create a Marmot group, and the parents are the admins of that group, and only admins can add members to a group. And then the child is not an admin, but he has write privileges in the group. And so this way you can have a private community for watching videos. And so that's, that was the very first alternative implementation of Marmot. But since then, the Vector team is working on it. Vector is also a chat app for Noster. There's P.A.Z.NIA.DeProgramming, which is mainly done so that your AI agents can talk to each other. Because if you want to connect your OpenClaw or something to your Signal account or WhatsApp account, and that's a whole pain in the ass and also has some security downsides. And you can't just give them a new account because each account is tied to a phone number. And so that sucks. With Noster and White Noise, you just create a new key pair and you have a new account. So agents can just sign up to the protocol by creating a private public key pair. No identity or KYC required. And so that makes it quite good. And yeah, just a couple days ago, the Amethyst, the OG Android Noster client, also started working on a Marmot implementation. So it's going to be more and more.
Yeah, that's cool. Do you want to speak at all to how White Noise messages are like rooted and stored on Nostr nodes?
Yeah, exactly. So MLS is just an encryption scheme and a key establishment protocol, basically. So they leave two things out of scope entirely. And the first thing is what they call the authentication service. So that is basically who says which keys are which identity. And the way that they built this is, or thought about this, was that, well, there's Google. Google gives you the identity, and then the Google server says that, okay, this public key belongs to this username. And that's of course cucked. So the way that we use Noster for this is that you are your own authentication service. Right? You declare that this is your username, and you sign that declaration with your private key, and then you sign your subkeys with your private key as well. Right? And so here we tie your identity, your username, together with your subkeys that we actually start using for the MLS encryption scheme. And because we use your Nostr identity, we get your web of trust. So if you've been shitposting on Nostr for a long time, then you can take your existing identity, and now people can send you private messages to that identity. So this is the first way that Nostr integrates. And the second thing that MLS leaves out of scope is the message delivery. So how do we actually send this encrypted message to everyone that needs it? And again, the original idea was you use Google server, right? You just upload the message there, and they will give it to whoever has the correct username. But again, that sucks. So we can easily decentralize that by just using Nostr relays and Nostr events. So what we do is we take the encrypted, so we take a message, we do that whole state machine that gives us a private key from MLS. We encrypt that for the first time with MLS's encryption scheme, and then we encrypt it a second time with JAJA20, and then we put that ciphertext into a Nostr event and sign it with an ephemeral key, and add on the outside a random group ID. And this event gets then put to Nostr relays. By default, we put it on 3 relays. You could put it on more. You can take any of the thousands of available public relays. You can run your own for like, $1 a month on a cheap VPS or on an old laptop somewhere. So many ways that you could run your own relays. And then other members of the group know which relays this group is communicating on, and they know the random group ID. So they connect to the relay and get, with a WebSocket request, the latest messages of this group, and then locally decrypt it twice, and then they can actually read it and put it in the database. And from that point out, your messages are stored locally. And so you don't check on relays for old messages. Once you have them, you store them in your database, and then you actually delete the private key that was used in MLS for this message.
How long do nodes store the messages?
So that depends basically on what the relay configures it. I don't think that we have an expiration date on these messages, on these alter events.
What's typical? Like if someone's offline for a while, like how soon do they have to come online reasonably to pick up their messages?
For the big relays, it's almost never. Like sometimes the Damos relay nukes all of its events, but that is more like an accidental thing, and happens maybe every other year or something. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like it'll be a lot more reliable than SimpleX, but that's kind of a low bar. Is it's taken them years to implement any kind of redundancy when it comes to like your receiving addresses or whatever.
I have kind of a love and hate relationship with Simplex because it's so cool, especially their incognito profiles. But damn, it's unreliable. And I was always complaining from the outside, and now with Whitenoise, I see how fucking hard this problem is, and we're having so much pain to get Whitenoise to be as reliable as Simplex in the early days, which means Whitenoise is not really reliable at the moment. And only in the last couple of releases, we're slowly getting a grip on the situation. So I'm
thinking along the right lines, because you're putting the message on more than one server right away, and that's kind of like the number one thing SimpleX got wrong, is that it didn't do that from the start.
Yeah, exactly. But that does open you up to a whole can of other worms, because one of the previous Whitenoise releases worked great for new accounts that were created. But if you logged in with an existing account that has hundreds or thousands of people in your follow list, and all of these follows have in their relay lists different relays that they claim they put their notes on. So your client should connect to all of these many available relays, and all of a sudden you're connecting to hundreds or thousands of relays, and our code wasn't well handled or well written for that, so the app just kind of puked itself. So like the decentralized system is really, really, really hard, and we would have had an easier life of starting out very centralized, and then maybe later adding a second backup relay or something like this. This would have been a lot easier, because the decentralized stuff is hard, especially on mobile phones and battery restricted devices. It's probably one of the main main leftover critiques we keep getting is that the battery drain is too hard. So yeah, there's a bunch of trade-offs there.
It's worth it. It's the principle.
Yeah, totally.
Let's talk more about the end-to-end encryption. I mean, we already talked a little bit about it, but what does multi-device support look like? Is there any seamless multi-device experience implemented or planned?
Yeah, a couple nuances here. So the first is in the MLS spec itself. This is actually one of the things that it is from the ground up designed to do. In Signal, multi-device was kind of tagged on afterwards to the protocol. In MLS, it's a first-class citizen. So basically, every device that you have will generate its own MLS private-public key pair, and then the authentication service will sign off on this key package. So again, with Marmot, the authentication service is the NSEC. So you will need your NSEC in order to create a subkey on your new device, and those subkeys are not there to be backed up or anything, right? These are very short-lived rotational keys that kick off this key rotation scheme, basically. And in each device has its own. You can kind of think of them a little bit like PGP subkeys. You know, your master key can sign off on subkeys, so then have certain permissions. Kind of the same model. And then, yeah, so you can have multiple, 5, 10, 100 different devices. And they would each be first-class citizens. So with Signal, you have your main phone account, and then if you log into the desktop, that's a secondary account. It has less privileges than the first one. So, that's, for example, why you cannot have the same Signal account on two phone numbers. On two phones or two user spaces in the same phone. Right? You're limited to one phone per user in Signal, and that existence isn't there, or that problem isn't there in Marmot. The thing, though, is we have not yet fully implemented multi-device support, neither in the Marmot spec. There's an open PR for that. We're working on this very soon, and then we'll put it into the libraries, and then we'll ship it in Whitenoise, and help all of the other clients to make sure that works. So at the very moment, it's best to spin up a new private key, a new NSEC for each of the Marmot clients that you log into. In a couple 2 weeks, we should be out of that problem.
That's good news. Now, am I right in understanding that Whitenoise does not quite have post-quantum encryption by default yet, but it can easily swap out algorithms?
Yes, that's correct. So there's two different crypto suites used here. For the top layer, we have Noster, and that uses Schnorr signatures, right? That's elliptic curve. So these are not quantum resistant. So basically, the authentication service is compromised against the quantum attacker, and that breaks the whole MLS system. Right now, the adversary could crack your NSEC and then create new key packages and add himself to a group, basically, and then he would be a fly on the wall inside a group. But then the second thing is the actual encryption of messages. And here we don't use the Schnorr scheme, but I think Cha-Cha 20 was it AES over the ED25119 curve, something like this. And the interesting, and the interesting thing here is that for MLS, these are versioned cipher suites that are defined on a group level. So there's already multiple cipher suites that you can use, and they already have one proposal for a quantum-resistant cipher suite. And you can add your own cipher suites. We initially thought that we might create a Schnorr signature or Schnorr encryption cipher suite, but decided against that ultimately. But we could do that. And the cool thing is, if you create a group now in version 1 encryption scheme, then the group administrator can later say that, okay, now we will switch to version 2, which might be a quantum resistant scheme. So cipher suite rotation is built into the MLS protocol,
right? Yeah.
Which is super cool. And then there's also some early research on how to get the Nostr network quantum resistant with both a quantum signature scheme as well as an encryption scheme. So yeah, both of these systems can be upgraded quite easily.
Now, I'm a big alarmist pusher of PQE. I think it should have been adopted everywhere 5 years ago or something. SimpleX already has it in one-on-one chats for at least a year, which is nice. So when the hell is PQE coming as the default, maybe to White? We got a roadmap for this? It doesn't sound very close.
Yeah, it's really something to consider for trade-offs here, because for one, they're just less performant, more expensive to create, and larger in size and larger to verify. So that's just an issue, especially for Bitcoin. Not so much for Nostr stuff. We would just hit some bottlenecks a bit sooner, but nothing critical. Then the other thing, though, is just time in the market, basically. Like, it's very common that novel cryptography systems get broken in counterintuitive way years after they've been developed. So I'm a bit cautious of jumping on a very recent complicated crypto scheme that sure has gotten some audits and stuff, but ultimately this thing takes time. So I'd be cautious with using novel cryptography in any case. And there's then some threshold where this has to be mitigated. Right? There's also things like calculation of how expensive is it going to be to create that quantum computer, and then once you have it, how expensive is it going to be to operate it for any one given attack? And then you can calculate of, okay, this particular message that I'm sending, or this particular amount of Bitcoin that I'm holding, is that profitable for the attacker to come after? And if you're holding 10,000 sats on a UTXO, but it costs millions of dollars to acquire and then use marginally the quantum computer, then there's much more juicier targets that you don't really have to worry about. I'm not losing that much sleep over it.
Are you aware of any papers about projected expense of quantum computing or anything like that? Because you've gotten me curious.
No, not really, to be honest. I mean, they're all insanely expensive at the moment, and you do need to keep them at negative or close to 0 Kelvin temperature. So I'm sure that's going to be insanely expensive, just on a per hour basis. But yeah, exact calculation, hard to say.
The kind of attacker, though, that's primarily interested in developing and using this technology right now, though, they aren't really interested in profit. They're interested in blowing billions and billions of dollars just on fucking with people. That's kind of what they do. And they're also storing a bunch of encrypted data forever in the hopes that they'll be able to crack it later. So this is why it's concerning to me. I definitely agree that novel crypto is something that has to be put through its paces or whatever before anyone trusts it on its own. Yeah. But at the same time, I do kind of think people should be more worried about quantum cryptanalysis than they are, because I every once in a while I skim the papers and I feel like they're making really big strides all the time on exactly the problems that are making it hard to have more qubits, more fidelity in a quantum computer. I feel like the progress is pretty good. I don't know how imminent it is really, but it's enough to have me worried about that. I like quantum computers, more power to them, but it's something I'm a little worried about.
Yeah, and you can always just do double encryption.
Right. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, which is even less efficient. But I kind of think it would be worth doing. I think it should be adopted now in cases where it's not totally unfeasible.
Yeah,
to do that.
Yeah, we're definitely having an eye on that. Our number one priority is to make it work. that's the first thing.
I understand it's not that mature yet. Marmot and Whitenoise are just kind of starting out.
And the cool thing is that MLS is so actively worked on by so many people that we don't have to solve these
That is
really
cool.
hard questions ourselves.
Right, yeah.
I'm
It'll
really
be the
grateful for
MLS
that.
people that do that for sure.
Yeah.
Now we got to touch on metadata obfuscation because that's one of the biggest fucking deals when it comes to communications privacy, and yet there are very few messaging protocols that get it right. In fact, I think only Session it's really the only one that has
hmm
truly good metadata obfuscation out of the gate, out of the usable, well-known protocols
Yeah.
anyway. So what are you guys doing for metadata obfuscation?
Yeah. There's again so many layers here. Maybe to start it off with, if it's so hard to do, and especially in a decentralized network of potentially malicious relays, like a really sober analysis is difficult. Um, so what we do basically is what's on the outer layer of a Marmot event. We have a random group ID, we have ciphertext, we have a timestamp, and we have a public key and signature of a random ephemeral private key. And that's it. There's a kind number, right? So it's people know that it's a Marmot event. People know roughly when it was published, even though there's some fuzzing in those timestamps. And they know a group ID. But the trick with this group IDs is that you can rotate them. So given a group ID, you don't know when this group was created. And there can be multiple group IDs simultaneously for the same underlying group. So you don't know the total message activity. You have a lower bound, but not the upper bound of how many messages are sent in the group. And there's no indication of who is the sender of the group, because we have the ephemeral key signing it. And there is no indication of who's the receiver of the group, just by looking at the event structure itself. So only on that point, I would say it's actually quite good. We don't know if this is a note to self or syncing something between two devices of the same user, or if it's in a group with hundreds of thousands of people. Right? You do get some relative activity, and things like you send a message a month ago and then you wait and you don't rotate group IDs and you send another message now, then this would indicate inactivity in the group for a month. Now, these types of analysis, we just haven't put much effort yet in the code to really harden against this. What worries me more, though, is on the underlying privacy to the Noster client relay connection. Because our main goal is basically, first and foremost, to fix the Noster private messaging experience. And we're trying to do that on the legacy infrastructure and key systems. And so we do use Schnorr-SIGs in some part of the protocol and other cryptography elsewhere because we want to be interoperable with Noster. And so that gives us some constraints here, that we're using an infrastructure that was intended for the publication of messages. And we're just hijacking it to also do private messages. So the main problem here is that the relay operator knows the events that you're querying. And that worries me. And it's not necessary. It doesn't have to be like that, but it is currently like that. And
that would require a change in Noster, right?
Exactly. And I've been thinking long and hard about this. And I think the only thing that would fundamentally solve this is something called private information retrieval. You can basically query a database and get the result, but in a way that the database operator only sees ciphertext. He doesn't know what you queried and what the result was. So very powerful system, but I haven't found.
How the hell does that work? What executes it?
Yeah, that's magic, right? So it's they use homomorphic encryption.
Okay.
So basically, I have a query, like give me the second item in the database. Right? I apply a blinding factor to this, multiply it by some curve point probably, right? And now I have ciphertext. I send the ciphertext to the server operator. The server operator takes the ciphertext and runs it across his entire database right? So the scales with gigabytes in database, basically. And then he returns results in ciphertext that I again apply that original blinding factor, and then get the clear text second row of the database that I was asking for. The
Yeah, I'm
problem
a big
here is
fan of homomorphic encryption. But yeah, go on.
yeah. The big problem with this is that Nostr has a non-trivial querying language, right? You would say, hey, give me all the kind ones and kind threes of this pub key since that time. And this type of query, I haven't yet found a system where we can use private information retrieval with that. If someone knows about it, please let me know. That would be great. But so yeah, there's some theory lacking here. And so to bring that a bit more actionable is, let's say you're in two different groups, and your idea would be that nobody learns that the same person is in these two groups. And by just looking at the Nostr events per se, nobody would know. Right? These are just random groups signed off by random keys. So very little information is revealed here. But if you're connecting to the relays and you want to check, have I received any messages in my queue, in my two chats, then you open a WebSocket to the relay and you request events from group ID number 1, group ID number 2. And now the relay operator would learn that someone is interested in these two groups simultaneously at the same time with this IP address. And that is a bit of an issue.
Well, since you're controlling the client, you could make it not do stuff like that, right? Like the client could not make requests like that, deliberately try not to connect groups to each other and stuff, right?
Exactly, but then if you think through with that, it turns into an unfathomable scale problem. It's like what you basically need to do is make one WebSocket request per group. Right? You open a WebSocket, you ask, is anything in that group? And then you shut it down again. But then the second thing that gets leaked is your IP address. Right? So you would have to connect to the relays with an anonymization layer like Tor. And so that would mean for every chat group that you have, create a new Tor circuit. That takes a couple seconds. Then connect to the relay, open the WebSocket. That takes a bit. Send the query.
Yeah, so this kind of leads me to a question I was going to ask a little bit after, which is, have you put any thought into hijacking Nostr nodes for like onion routing, or is that even possible with Nostr?
Yeah, actually, there is a research project. God, what was it called? Probably Nonion or something like that. No, it wasn't that name. But yeah, you can absolutely do onion routing over Nostr. You don't necessarily want to do that because onion routing is a complex beast, and sure, you can have a hacky solution, but it will break down catastrophically in many edge cases or many specific types of attacks. So yeah, I spoke with some researchers from Tor and NIM about this idea, and they were like, yeah, it's kind of possible, but why? It's not going to be great. Yeah.
Well,
and so like to go back to the Tor and IP issues, so that's what we did with Wasabi Wallet, right? We needed to connect to one server and obfuscate that multiple API calls belong to the same user. And we use Tor for that, and independent Tor circuits. And like, in the worst case, you can have 20 Tor circuits open for one coin join round. And that was an insane, absolute nightmare to do. Like, we had so many problems with this just because Tor is unreliable and slow and breaks in weird ways. But at least we were on the desktop and we could have background processes and a proper computer. Try doing that on an iPhone. It's such a restricted environment that at most you could have like 5 Tor circuits in parallel. But then if you're serious about it, you're limited to 5 groups. And that, of course, that doesn't work. And so you would have to cluster at least some groups in here together. So, and then the question is, okay, what if you're now you're somehow connected to 24 circuits to the relay, but now your Wi-Fi drops, right? And all of your Tor circuits terminate at the same time. And now the relay sees that, hey, all of these previously anonymous connections are now correlated. And so there's just so many little foot guns here that I've kind of given up on this problem, at least for now.
Well,
And
I think you're
private
thinking along the
information
right
retrieval
line.
would
Yeah.
fix it.
Exactly. I agree with you that's more along the right lines. And also similar to that, I think that your random group IDs and group IDs changing and group IDs coexisting is a pretty good start. Have you put any
Yeah.
thought into giving group IDs like a more cryptographic nature? Like I don't know if zero knowledge proofs make sense for this, but the idea would be that every single message has another group ID or something other than a group ID that is magically understood for cryptographic reasons by other members of the group. Something like that.
Yeah. So a little bit more nuance on what's currently implemented is that there are two group IDs. There's the one group ID that we get from MLS. And that is a static group ID. So this cannot be changed for a given group. A group is defined by a static string of random ID. And the thing is, we didn't want to leak that data to the public. So that's why we came up with this idea of having a second group ID that we randomly generate on Marmot's side. And then we can rotate it and run multiple in parallels, but they all resolve down to the same long-term MLS group identity. One idea that's also currently kind of swirling around is that we, instead of having this tag as group ID, we could have a private public key pair as group ID. And we could use the MLS magic to get a new NSEC that everyone in the group knows. And that is the key that we sign messages off. And then instead of having to search for a tag from relays, we would search from nodes published by this key. And we would still get, identification. On top of that, we would get some spam protections because you could only publish that message if you know the private key, and only members of the group know that private key. And what was the other interesting benefit here? Yeah, so there's a couple ideas. It's active research.
What about other like common insidious kinds of metadata, like presence, typing notifications, delivery receipts? Do you guys have that on by default?
Yeah, great question. There's so many scary attacks with read receipts. Like if you're a Signal user, just turn them off, to be honest. It's
turn them off
too much.
everywhere.
Yeah. So the cool thing is of the server doesn't know read receipts, right? With Signal, for example.
Well, I just mean other users, contacts,
Yeah. So at the moment, contacts don't know read receipts. Nostr relays don't know read receipts either, right? So that's contrary to the Signal server. The Signal server knows that the message has been delivered to your phone. No Nostr relay knows that as clearly as Signal does, which is cool. There are some ways that we could do typing indicators, either via Nostr events or media over quick relays. So a couple ideas here. But honestly, because it is
by default, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because this is such a security nightmare, it's at least not a priority. And let's see if users ask for it.
Even then, they should have to opt into it. What about presence?
Yeah.
Does your protocol leak user presence?
Define user presence a bit more.
You can tell that someone's online or not.
So what we see is your Nostr events on relays. Specifically, Marmot related would be your key packages. So there is actually in our, so Marmot runs on the browser as well, which is, by the way, super cool. So there's already a dev environment on the browser. the Marmot web chat. And here you actually see on your Nostr relays what are the most recent key packages published. So you do see users that are Marmot users and that have recently rotated their key packages. Which can be for a number of reasons, but most commonly because they were invited to a group. So that is present. And then you know the metadata of a group, of someone sent a message to that group. You could find that out. You don't know who the sender is, and you don't know who the members of that group are. And then the relays also know when a event was searched for and downloaded. And then they can correlate that to IP address. So the relay operator, if he knows your IP address and can correlate that to you, he would see that you have requested messages from this group at this time.
Yeah, all right. It's all very sticky, all this metadata stuff, especially when you have this requirement of like we have to build on Nostr, which is a noble effort. Like somebody had to do it the best way. Somebody had to do direct messages on Nostr the best way.
Yeah, but I'm not even that opposed of just spinning up a new relay specification that does this. Like we did that with Blossom, for example. Blossom is the Nostr way of doing pictures, basically, just the simplest hash addressable file storage system. And it's beautiful. It works so well. We use it in Marmot as well. So it's not impossible that we could spin up, some new protocol spec for a server that is designed to relay private messages to a group of people. We could probably do some cool things there, but I'm not yet entirely convinced that it's impossible to do it well on Nostr relays. And so I kind of like to fix the existing protocols first. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, good luck with that. So it's time for me to read whatever sparse fan mails here and start taking call-ins if anyone wants to call in. PAZNIA.com/call2. Let's see. Visit Res Publica Khazia said, finally. Does he still have to hide because of the bludge? I don't know. You tell me, Max. Do you still have to hide because of the bludge?
I mean, always and not really. No, but I mean, Freedom Tech builders are under quite serious attack.
So just like as much as everyone else.
Yeah. Maybe a tad more than average, but
okay, that's good. Yeah, that's a good spot to be in. He also says, truly a great time to be a libertarian. Bitcoin is way up. The age of consent is way down. We got legends like Max Hillebrand coming to talk to us. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, that's cool.
Or I think it was Fagduel that said the first one, actually. And Fagduel also gives you a real question, Max Hillebrand show question. There's this German thing called Burn das Brot. What is it, and why is it so goddamn important to every German I meet? Thoughts on tokenomics and decentralized financial instruments? Great that you are back on PAZNIA shows here.
Wait, okay, read that German part again. I'm not sure I got it.
Burn das Brot.
Okay,
BERND space DAS space.
Oh, is that like that the Sesame Street character?
I don't fucking know.
I think it's that orange Sesame Street character. I don't know. Sesame Street was quite big in Germany, actually.
And wait, that's what they call one of the Sesame Street characters?
Yeah, exactly. Bernd das Brot, and basically means Bernd the bread. No idea why. I guess he looks like a French baguette.
What the fuck? Which character is that?
The orange one, the Bernie, the one with the taller head.
Bert and Ernie or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
Oh, actually, he does. He literally looks like bread. I'm looking at pictures of him now. Is that a Sesame Street character? He's just he's some kind of puppet. I don't know if he's a Sesame Street character.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a German kid show.
Yeah.
Well, fascinating questions as always. Oh yeah, he asked you what your thoughts on tokenomics and decentralized financial instruments are. That's a pretty vague fucking question, but feel free to answer.
Well, I'm really interested in the topic. I think there's a little bit of a path dependency here. Like first we needed to have a base money in cyberspace, right? Like the digital gold, so to say, and that's Bitcoin. I think we've done a good job with that. Then we also need to be able to communicate anonymously and publicly, and that's what Nostr fixes. And if we have those two things, I can think we can build the most amazing financial contracts on top of that. I don't think that you need a blockchain for all of this DeFi stuff. I
agree
think you
with
just
that.
need money and a coordination or communication layer. And Bitcoin and Nostr is a perfect example for this. So let me actually give you one of those examples that I think might be interesting for the audience, because it's one of those old financial contracts that really has helped to bootstrap economies out of the ashes. And so I think it would be very interesting for the second realm as a financial contracting tool to use to bootstrap the second realm economy. And so those are bills of exchange. And a bill of exchange is basically a peer-to-peer merchant credit line, roughly speaking. So one merchant has apricots, and he wants that's the farmer, and he wants to sell it, but the producer, the candy producer, doesn't have enough cash yet. So he, instead of giving him gold or Bitcoin, he gives him a paper that says in 3 months he will pay the money to whoever has this paper. Right? So that's a deferred payment for goods already delivered today. And then that guy can produce jam or whatever cake. So he will further the production stages of those resources. In the meantime, the farmer needs to buy fuel for the tractor or whatever. And so instead of paying the next guy with cash, he can pay the next guy with that bill of exchange. So it's a transferable contract where like relinquishment of a debt can be transferred to someone else. And this can go on for 20, 30, 100 hops until eventually the customer pays for the guy who produced the marmalade, and now he has actual cash in hand, earned from a sale of goods, and now he can turn around and pay whoever the current holder of this contract is. And so ancient contract, we've been using these for hundreds of years, and they were extremely influential, especially in the gold era. They were the primary way of how credit was created, was peer-to-peer between merchants, no banks involved. And then later, the government completely crashed that market and left us with this fiat Ponzi scheme of credit creation nowadays. But I like these bills of exchange because they are non-inflationary credit expansion, because there's a natural limit on how much credit can be created based on how many goods are we producing. You can only create the credit if there were actual apricots produced and they exchange hands. So a very nice natural limit to the inflation of the credit supply. And
Yeah.
the big question is now, how can we do this in cyberspace? And the cool thing is, it's literally, this is one sentence, and whoever signs this one sentence has created this security, basically, like this instrument. And we can totally make digital signatures now. We can just put a Nostr event that says that, hey, Alice is going to pay Bob 0.1 Bitcoin in 3 months' time. And both Alice and Bob sign the same Nostr event. And then later, Bob can turn around and now say, actually, Charlie is the one that is going to receive the money. And both Bob and Charlie sign it. That's just a second pair of signatures. Right? And now we can keep doing this, and it's always client-side validated. So whenever someone wants to pay you in this bill of exchange, you validate who are all of these people that are involved in this bill before me, and do I trust any one of them? Because if the original person isn't going to pay you back, then you can claim the money from anyone else in this chain of people who have signed this bill. So it's an incredibly low-risk instrument because it's a one of many guarantee. Right? If you get paid with this instrument, you only have to assume that one of those 20 people is liquid and will pay you, and then you're happy to accept it, right? So it's a good that can be quite saleable. It can be used for huge sums of money, at least historically. And we don't need a blockchain for that. We literally just need signatures and a way to store messages, and that's what Nostr gives us. So that's basically bit credit, by the way, bit.cr. So if there's any second realm that has some actual industry, actual production of stuff, that's not just code or soap, but maybe something a bit more complicated. Like you need this when you have deep production stages.
Hello?
Yeah. End of rant.
Why we're just getting started. We're talking about guns. But yeah, I think you and I see eye to eye on this. It doesn't have to be just like credit. It can be a debit system too. Like you can put gold basically in a decentralized physical store of gold by having like a network of motherfuckers that hold gold, and in exchange they collect very small amounts of it. Basically, it's like you pay rent to have your gold stored instead of gaining interest to have it gambled. It's like the opposite of a bank. And
yeah,
then
exactly.
You could get gold backed tokens out. And yeah, this type of stuff doesn't have to be on Nostr. I mean, I do think doing stuff like this on Nostr is a cool idea, and I'm glad that folks are interested in that. Something I've been watching for years is Holochain. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
No,
You ever heard of that? It's like HOLO chain, but it's very cool. It's like it's not actually, it's not a normal cryptocurrency project. Like it doesn't have one native cryptocurrency. You can use it to make cryptocurrencies, but you don't have to. But it's like and it's not there's no blockchain. It's like a chainless thing. But it kind of brings the technology down to what it really is, which is like rule enforcement, law enforcement in like a decentralized system. It doesn't have to be for a cryptocurrency. It could be for any kind of decentralized application or HAP as they call it on Holochain. But yeah, the idea is like for Holochain apps are agent centric and like kind of grassroots, and like you can split the network and it will keep working. It can work offline basically. And then they can like join back up and continue working together seamlessly. And there's lots of projects kind of like what you're talking about. Maybe not lots, but there's a few projects like what you're talking about on Holochain. Have you ever heard of value flows?
No.
Value flows is it's like a machine readable language of economic activity. It's kind of like a replacement for double entry accounting or something. It's a cool, hip, obscure, upcoming way for like to make economic activity kind of programmable and understandable by like smart contracts and stuff. And like there's a lot of people playing around with credit and debt ideas on Holochain. Like someone has a project for discovering debt loops, for example, where you are your own meta creditor, you're your own meta debtor, and then debt loops can be closed or whatever. Anyway, I was kind of reminded of that, of what you were talking about. And I think that you're thinking along the right lines.
Yeah, there's so many, old contracting ideas that have worked more or less, for a long time. And we will have to experiment with these tech, like contract tech in the second realm and utilize the new cyberspace tech that we've acquired to, reimagine and re-implement these things and then see how they're useful. Like we need way more experimentation there on all types of contracts. So I'm
right,
quite bullish on that.
Yeah, me too. I got to read this other fan mail that I forgot about because this guy gave me a bunch of money, generous donation from Bowl again, saying, "Keep up the great work." Thank you, Bowl. Keep up the great donations. even more importantly. Fucking, who is this? Oh yeah, I think that was Shadrach recommended this. Someone's running a Quake 3 arena server on FIPS, reachable
Nice.
only via FIPS mesh, the Noster mesh. Fuck IPs,
That's
frag by NPub. I don't know if that's an official slogan or if that's just something he said.
So he's the official marketing department of FIPS, so it's all good. Now, FIPS
Is that true?
also
'Cause I can
really,
believe
really. No. That's a good thing we don't have official things. But like I was a huge fan of Reticulum for a long time, because that idea of like the idea of a transport layer agnostic mesh is just so mind blowing. It's kind of the internet all over again.
Oh, it's that's the future, man.
Yeah, and so I was quite happy to see another system like that, because I don't know, Reticulum was always the only one that in my mind that tried to do that, and it was such a no-brainer. And there were like so many mesh networks popping up left and right, and I was like, guys, why are you not using this cool stuff? And
right.
I'm still not quite sure why the guys decided to not build on Reticulum but do their own thing.
That's the thing about, well, you know, we could say the same thing about White Noise. Like why did these guys choose to build on Nostr? It's just because guys who like Nostr are obsessed with it, dude. they want to build everything on Nostr, even if it makes no sense. But it's still cool. It results. It's resulted in a cool ecosystem. So I think it's worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, the fact that you can run Doom over basically anything is cool. Because also a couple weeks ago, the Vector guys were running Doom inside a Marmot group. And so peer-to-peer Marmot encrypted events, and it works quite well.
That's kind of cool.
I guess that's the new Hello World, does it run Doom?
Yeah, that's cool. Some other thing that happened in the chat is these guys were bringing up this weird website, and I have no fucking clue what it is, called cape.co. But it kind of seems like you guys already figured out that it was a honeypot before I even looked, because it's
good to have a smart chat.
It's like run by Palantir or something. It's like there's a guy from Palantir and the CIA there. So you guys already figured it out. Also, someone called Yoni Depth joined the chat. Just thought I'd bring that up because that made me smile. Now, speaking of honeypots, now that we've burned through all these stupid good vibes, it's time to bring up the controversy. Okay, now you're the former CEO of Wasabi, right?
Yeah, well, CEO of CK Snacks, right? So Wasabi is open source software.
Right.
Of people building stuff, and CK Snacks was a company we used to run the coordinator and get the devs paid.
And technically, anyone could run a Wasabi coordinator, but it just wouldn't have a good anonymity set for a while, right?
Yeah, exactly. So all of the code that we did was open source, like from the very first research commit, basically. So long good history. And yeah, it was always possible for people to run coordinators. And the problem here is just the size of the crowd, right? An anonymity loves company. And you really need, I mean, with current implementations, at least like 50 inputs in a round for it to be kind of comfortable. And so that's like what, around 10 people on average. And you need to get them together every hour, or, you know, could be every 5 hours or whatever. But so that's kind of the minimum amount of users that you would need to have. There's a lot of configuration ways in your coordinator to only do rounds if they fit a certain size and stuff. But yeah, so far we've seen quite a lot of kind of centralization here, that the largest coordinator gets the vast majority of revenue of volume. And so that was the case with CK Snacks and now with Kroof. Those two coordinators had, you know, each respectively when they were online, the vast majority of it. So that's a bit a fault in the design. But yeah, it's hard to make decentralized stuff. So I'm happy that it works really well in the centralized setting, and then future work to
Yeah,
make it
yeah.
a
I
bit more
mean,
decentralized.
decentralizing Bitcoin coin join laundering solutions is definitely an effort that's underway. No one's figured that out yet. Whirlpool's
Yeah,
kind of going
actually,
that way. They're working on it, kind of slowly. Ashigaru
I mean,
people.
and the thing is, like, even join markets, it's a centralized coordination model with a decentralized marketplace
Right.
for that centralized
Yeah.
coordinator, right? But technically, there isn't really. I mean, there's coin shuffle, but I never really was able. Nobody was really able to explain to me properly how that works. It's so complicated.
I have
And
no
then
clue.
Joinster is trying a little bit here to have a more decentralized thing, but they, I think, sacrifice a lot on the privacy inside the group. I'm not up to date on it, but yeah, like having anonymous and decentralized coordination is hard. And kind of, I'm happy to take a centralization trade-off if it gives better privacy, especially if the centralized provider is not trusted, because then it's easy to
Right.
replicate.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, happy is a strong word, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It would be a better starting point than a decentralized thing that wasn't private. And then trying to decentralize it from there would be nice. Nice to have. Or
Yeah,
maybe
it's just that any
right.
like building something decentralized is already hard. Building something
Yeah.
private is already hard. Like almost impossible to do it properly, And then doing both of these is like uh just not impossible but hard, like decades of work.
So do you, and by the way, we're still taking call-ins, PAZNIA.com/call2. You want to say whatever you want to me and Max, make farting noises, whatever. But anyway, I have to ask you because my brand is that I'm supposed to be like some sort of abrasive asshole. Okay, that's not me. It's that I'm just pretending to match up with my expectations. But I have to ask you to touch on the controversy to do with ZK Snacks or whatever the fuck the main coordinator was called. Talk about that. Why'd you guys act like a honeypot and work with Chainalysis and sell people out?
Well, basically because we had the information available and we couldn't find a way to make the service work without learning which addresses are using the service. And any information can and will be used against you. And so there were, just numerous risk management strategies where it was unwise to pretend that we didn't have this information and act accordingly. Right. So with this system design, if you can have a useful service where you do not learn information about your customers,
Of
then
course, that's better. Yeah,
that is
that's
perfect,
why.
right? That's why it works, right? That's why encryption works. That's why self custody works, and it's a massive hack. But if you don't have that protection, then you're playing a very different game, and you can make deadly mistakes playing that game, and so you better be careful on how exactly you do that.
So basically, you was scared. Is what you telling me?
Sorry, say again.
You was scared. You were scared. You guys were scared. That's why you coughed it up. Did they know where you live or something? Were they gonna raid you?
Probably, yeah. I mean, these are things that don't come out of nowhere. This is stuff that slowly and gradually builds up, and signs and existing and kind of projected attacks just keep escalating. And I was a bit surprised on like the details of those types of attacks, and they're quite sophisticated, and they come on numerous different levels.
What are you getting at?
And You know, like, I mean, one, I guess, obvious one is just spooks. You know, like basically any, you know, conference or any more public
Oh yeah.
appearance, just weird people show up and try to get you into bad situations. That happens
Entrapment.
a lot, actually, a lot. And then, you know, all of, or not all, but many of the contributors had their, for example, Google accounts confiscated, right? And you get notification about this years afterwards. Of, by the way, you know,
Yeah.
many years ago we gave keys to the castle.
Right.
Now we're legally allowed to tell you. You know, this types of
Well,
stuff.
this is why I made up my concept of counter engineering, where I'm trying to promote this culture of being like very rebellious, and just, you know, you're gonna be a pseudonymous builder, developer, creature in the counter economy, and you are just gonna have better OPSEC so that you are not so vulnerable to these attacks. And then you can just openly break the law. You know, then we can be so much freer in our projects. Like we can use leaks openly. We can use source code leaks openly. We can violate IP. We can do whatever we can be the ones who fucking hacked the the source code. We can do whatever we want. And that's kind of like the culture that I'm promoting, so that people don't repeat the same mistakes of Wasabi and Samurai, etc.
Yeah, and I mean that's a cultural problem, but it's also a technological problem. And you know, to coordinate a large group of people to work on a really hard problem while still protecting the privacy of everyone involved, and still, you know, it making sense for people. Like
We
sometimes
just
you
put
want to
like
have people
Gidia
on
or Codeberg or something on the darknet server, or we use fucking one of those. What's that one decentralized Git thing called? I can't remember.
Nostr Git and Git.
Well, of course you would say that, and I'm
Git
sure
workshop.
I'm sure that is a real thing. But I was thinking of something else. It's something that's like, it's almost like BitTorrent,
Uh-huh.
or like how it works. But whatever. Anyway, you get the idea. I don't know. I
Yeah.
think it's not that hard to have like pretty good pseudonymity and privacy, and like if most of these projects are just going to be volunteer, volunteers are contributing, or better yet, it's monetized in some way, but it's in some decentralized cool cryptocurrency way, then we might as well do it the right way and like be pseudonymous and have decent OPSEC so that we can just openly flaunt the law instead of being
Yeah,
scared.
the problem with the strategy is if your privacy gets compromised later on, and your multiple actions can be tied to you, then that's a big problem, right? And so for CK Snack specifically, like we had a quite different strategy. Like our main motto was everyone knows what the coordinator knows, right? Assume everything is recorded and published even, right? And that includes logs in the coordinator, right? We were building the architecture assuming that someone has like views in our live logs and it should still be secure, right? That someone can read all of the chat messages in the dev and read all of the GitHub issues and code and all of this, and the system should still be secure. And so it's a bit counterintuitive to do this as a, you know, cypherpunk privacy maximalist project, but I think it actually served us quite well, specifically because it made us very cautious and aware that the enemy is watching.
Well, yeah, but didn't people get busted because they used Wasabi?
I mean, none of the contributors, right? And sure, users of
that's
Wasabi might do, you know, might get in trouble, but I don't think that Wasabi was
users get busted.
the
It's all right as long as
weak
you don't.
point there. Like usually busts happen on not just one source of evidence, but countless. And then the question is, does one lead you to the other? And yeah, maybe sometimes, but often it's just different attacks that lead to different,
Well,
simultaneous revelations.
the thing is, when we're out here in the trenches fighting for freedom, it doesn't matter whether we're fighting in a really fucking gay way, like by raising awareness, which for the most part is a waste of time, or whether we're, building new tools, writing code, whether we're selling and buying things in the counter economy, or whether we're fighting in physical combat, with some sort of armed uprising. In any case, there is some risk involved, and there's no safe choice in life. And to a degree, you just have to accept that risk. Like you just have to like grow a pair, and stand up for freedom. And selling people out is unconscionable, dude. Like snitching is not cool. Bad things happen to snitches for good reason.
I mean, that's true, right? But like do you mean that in Wasabi days we were snitching, or what you alluding to?
Well, I mean, I've gotten the impression that the coordinator was working with Chainalysis, yeah.
But the coordinator didn't have any secret information, right? All that the coordinator had was which address has registered a coin. Right? And so that information is public at the very least when the transaction gets broadcast. Right?
Well,
or if the adversary is an active participant in the round, then even for unbroadcast, unsuccessful CoinJoin transactions, you can find out which inputs and outputs were registered. Right? So that's just again that's what I said earlier. We could not make this information private. This information was public, and we assumed it to be public from the very beginning of designing the spec. Right. So this wasn't a failure to live up on an assumption.
I get it. And like making something like this that like works super perfectly and well is hard. And no one's made a perfect version of Bitcoin laundering. But at what point do you just sort of admit that Whirlpool's better and it doesn't have these problems? Like shouldn't you be distancing yourself from Wasabi and like telling people not to use it? Wouldn't that be the principled thing to do?
I mean, I disagree on a technical level quite substantially. I think even Wasabi 1.0 was more private than Whirlpool, and Wasabi got substantially more private in version 1.1 and especially version 2.0. So like the comparison of what's deployed now with Wasabi 2.1 point something is just miles and miles and miles ahead of the Whirlpool system on all of the fronts, actually.
Be more specific.
So like the fact of we want to use this as a real wallet, right? So you want to be able to receive and send money frequently. And so you don't want to ever reveal common input or common coin ownership. And you have to do that in Whirlpool, fundamentally because CoinJoin rounds are limited to one input, one output per user. And since amounts are determined by a coordinator, you have to make a preparatory transaction where you get your denominations. And so if you do that in a single user transaction, you have a single user transaction with multiple inputs and multiple outputs that are all tied together. And so fundamentally, it's better to do that in a multi-party transaction. Right? CoinJoins are better than single user transactions. And so that was Wasabi's design in 1.0, right? Batch EX0 and the CoinJoin together, and you increase the size of the crowd, and you have more inputs on the input side that make common input ownership harder. And now with Wasabi 1.0, we had coordination protocol limitations that the coordinator did learn your input collection, right? And that is now addressed with Wabi-Sabi, where every input is registered separately. So just from that aspect of no preparatory transaction is needed, and you can make payments inside the CoinJoin, right? Like You can make a transaction where the receiver doesn't know which inputs you've had. And he doesn't know which change outputs you have, and the coordinator or anyone else doesn't even know that a payment was happening. And so this, and then the ability for it to work with larger
I
amounts.
think Whirlpool does have that now.
The larger amounts, or
no, the payment thingy. I can't remember what they call it in Whirlpool.
Mm.
Yeah,
I'm not up to date with what the Ashigato team is doing, right? But yeah, like the and then especially is the problem is, right, if we start putting in arbitrary input and output values, then we need to be more careful with amount selection for these inputs and outputs, because we no longer have the trivial solution of every input and output has the same value, which is the mathematical perfect case. And so then if we have a bit more ambiguity here, then size of the coin join matters tremendously. And so 5 input, 5 outputs is just laughably tiny. That's like, what, 125 interpretations. That's countable. That's not good. Right? If Wabi-Sabi rounds have 400 inputs, 400 outputs, now that's naively set to the power of 400, possible interpretations. Sure, not all of them are likely, but there's just more possible interpretations of which input paid which output in a single Wabi-Sabi round than in 256-bit security, right? So alone one round of Wabi-Sabi is just uncountable in its enumerations. And then you don't stop with one round, right? You make frequent rounds, and you're incentivized to do so. And the entropy just becomes more than uncountable with every additional round, exponentially so.
I sincerely apologize that I do not have the education about either protocol to actually argue with you about this, and I am also tired. But maybe one day. I appreciate that, though. Let me give you this angle, though. How about this? Can you think of anyone using Whirlpool the right way who was busted?
Honestly, I mean, not really. But like,
it kind of seems to me like there's been a bit of a problem with folks getting busted using Wasabi. That in actual practice, Chainalysis was able to figure things out, and it wasn't necessarily the user's fault.
I mean, again, it depends a lot on the timeline that we're talking about here, right? There were a lot of problems with Wasabi 1.0, specifically that not enough was automized. Right? Like CoinJoin was off by default, big mistake. And we required coin selection by default. This is another big mistake. But once we activated 2.0 and CoinJoin was default, like if you only make payments with 100% privacy level in Wasabi, I think you'll be good. And if you heed the warnings of don't consolidate too much, etc. So the default use case of Wasabi has tremendously improved, so that honestly, like, the average user should be well protected. Now, sure, there's edge cases, and especially if you're a whale with more than 1,000 Bitcoin, things start to be difficult. But you're like a reasonable user, I think you'll be fine without having to worry too much.
Use case, though.
No, absolutely, absolutely. It's just hard, right? And by the way, that's another reason why I'm not a fan of Whirlpool of having to separate these different denomination pools in different transactions. Just means that you're taking away
certainly
liquidity ultimately.
It's certainly clunky. There's no perfect. I mean, like, of course, simply using Monero is a lot easier than laundering Bitcoin properly. In any case,
I'm also not so sure about that. Like Monero has a lot of attack things that if you don't pay attention, I mean, they addressed a lot of that too. But like, for example, there was this issue if you received a coin and you spent it within one or a couple blocks, then in your ring of 7 pub keys or however many it was, there was a rule that only coins that are older than whatever 100 blocks are selected as decoys. And so if you spend your money, quickly after you've received it, your coin would be the only one in the ring that is younger than that threshold, and so therefore it's the spending coin.
Yeah,
These types of things.
That might be different now. Also, I think
Yeah,
rings
and that's
bigger now.
definitely fixed.
And now FM. Fuck, I always fuck it up when I don't have it written down right. FMCP plus or whatever is almost here.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
I'm
going to
very
totally
bullish on that.
Monero is pretty fucking good, if you ask me. It works. It seems to work pretty well.
Yeah.
The real things that are the real attacks are stuff like when you have a hostile party that knows multiple sub addresses for the same wallet, like that kind of thing. I can't remember what they call that attack, but there are ways to deal with that. You just have to be aware.
I think though a lot of this really just depends. Ultimately, privacy depends on the wallet level, like the actual user-facing software.
To a degree,
because Bitcoin doesn't have privacy on the base protocol, but you can get a substantial amount of privacy by default if you use the correct wallet, like Wasabi, right? And then simultaneously, like the opposite of this is in Monero, you have quite a lot of privacy by default on the protocol. But if you then use a browser-based wallet that connects to a remote server and sends your viewing key to a server operator, and you do that on ClearNet, right? Then
nobody does that.
I mean, a lot of people use mymonero.com, right? That was a very, very, very popular wallet. No, sure. Like I know, right? But I'm making the point of
Cake Wallet's the popular thing now. And
yeah, exactly. And I'm not quite sure how Cake Wallet does wallet sync. Right? I mean, they have Tor inbuilt, but I think it's opt-in. I'm not sure, or I don't know all details of Monero wallet sync, to be honest.
It might be Tor might be opt-in. I can't remember, but yeah, generally speaking, Cake is pretty smartly done. Not just with the Monero stuff, Monero wallet implementation, but with other cryptocurrencies in general. They have a pretty good head on their shoulders, it seems.
Yeah, agreed. And that's also one thing of mobile Bitcoin or crypto wallets are hard as hell. Like many of the privacy improvements that we could do were simply not possible on mobile. And we tried for a long time. We're working towards a mobile wallet for Wasabi, but the actual constraints would have just been such a substantial downgrade from the desktop that we couldn't ship it in good conscience. Like it would have been so much worse, and that's just not good. So
how much do you think
privacy is hard?
That's really just a result of blockchains being bloated and clunky?
Yeah, blockchains suck. They're a horrible design system. I'm not a big fan of global consensus. Like global consensus sucks.
Yeah,
we should minimize.
I mean, there's one exception, which is when your application actually is that, like what you're actually trying to do is reach a global consensus, like copy one piece of information everywhere. If that's actually what you're trying to do, that's the application. Then blockchains are probably great. But for anything else, not so much.
And I'm a big fan of the architecture of client-side validation. Specifically, the rather new paper of shielded client-side validation. It basically uses the blockchain exclusively for a accumulator value, and the entire transaction validity is validated off-chain on the client side, and on-chain we are only validating double spending, and only for the temporal double spending do you need to have global consensus. But for actual signature validation, amount validation, etc., this can all be done client-side and with zero knowledge on top of that.
How do I read more about this? Is this like a particular paper or project?
Yeah, so this is called shielded client-side validation. Robin Linus, Liam Egan, and
that sounds super interesting.
It's fascinating. It's quite similar to RGB. So RGB was kind of the first to really bring a client-side validation protocol
The
out.
fuck is RGB?
It's a client validation protocol. So that basically means that you have a state machine where the receiver validates the successful operation of it. So specifically, let's say you want to create a token and send me 100 units of that token, then either receiver will validate the root event where those tokens were generated, and then the block where you send me some of them. And if I then want to forward these tokens to the next guy, I would advance that local chain that we're building here of transactions and give it to the next guy until he can verify all of these second layer transactions, so to say. But the cool advent of zero knowledge, and especially proof carrying data, we can make it so that the proof is constant size, so that it doesn't grow with every extra transaction we're doing on the second layer, and it is in zero knowledge. So I have no idea when those tokens were created or how many transactions were made in between. I just know that every state transition was valid according to the rules that I've defined. And that's a much more elegant way of having an internet money system, because you don't need global consensus for individual rules anymore.
That sounds pretty cool too, actually. You really should look into Holochain and read about it. I think you might dig it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will.
It aligns with some stuff that you are already intuitively into. So let me ask you this, since we're well into overdrive now. How did you're actually kind of a Vonuan or a guy who likes Vonu stuff, right?
Yeah. I've been following
It's
it
not
for
every day we get a guest like that. So like, how did you learn about that?
I remember the first episode of the Vonu pod, like many years ago.
Oh man, you were there for that?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how I stumbled upon that.
Nobody does.
But and I'm not sure if it was actually the very first, but I found it very early, and then gradually followed Rayo on his journey of rediscovering all of this, and him publishing the books and republishing and later writing his own ones. Yeah, so it's a really, like, I'm quite a advocate for Vonu. Like, I tell a lot of Bitcoiners and freedom tech builders that this is a very actionable strategy that can help us a lot.
Yeah, it really strikes to the core of the issue, making oneself, invulnerable, or at least less vulnerable to coercion. That really is the name of the game. That's the whole thing. That's what we're trying
And
to
especially
do.
the mean time to harassment.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that's
that
a
is
brilliant term.
Whenever I tell someone about this, they just instantly get it. When was the last time you were stolen from? The longer, the better. It's such a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, Rayo 1 was literally an autistic genius. So he had like a lot of time. He was like a nerdy guy who was like very obviously autistic. Like as soon as you meet him, that's like what the accounts we have about him are, and that really explains a lot when you think about it. You can see that voice there.
Yeah.
He's got
and anyone who works on encrypted radio mesh networks in the 70s is kind of a cool guy.
No fucking kidding, yeah. Yeah, while naked too.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this. This is kind of like a disjointed, because I'm going back to white noise. What do you think are the greatest strengths of white noise? What it does that is kind of special, or maybe Marmot's not necessarily white noise. And also, like, what are its biggest weaknesses, I guess, or what it needs to do its most work on?
Yeah. What I'm most proud on is the protocol, and the fact that there's like 8 interoperable clients now. Like, that just blows my mind, and that was the biggest learning and the biggest mistake from Wasabi. We focused way too much on the app and not enough on the protocol, and spreading it out wide and far, so to decentralize the ecosystem better. That was a big grave mistake, and so I'm making sure that that's not repeated. And so having a clear, audited, reviewed spec, still evolving. We're still finding issues, but it's at a really good point now. That's cool. And then multiple libraries. There's now people who are like taking the test vectors of our library and just vibe coding their own library in C# or Kotlin or whatever. So
you guys have test-driven development?
Yes, very much. We
Good,
have basically 100% coverage. We still don't have any fuzz tests.
Is it all
and
Rust?
stuff, but yeah, the core library is Rust, and then we have a Flutter front end, and we also work on the TypeScript library.
I heard.
then-
I thought you were moving away from Flutter or something.
No, we started out in Tauri and eventually moved to Flutter just because it's a bit better for the native mobile apps.
Right. It's like that's like a cross-platform thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we'll probably use it for desktop too. So desktop and iOS and mobile will be Flutter, and then the web app will be TypeScript.
Yeah, I guess that's less gay than just making a web app and then putting the web app everywhere, that's like Electron.
Definitely.
I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Kind of rubs me the wrong way. I really don't like JavaScript. It really bothers me. I wish
the thing is, we spoke to a lot of browser Nostr app devs, and we asked them if we give you WASM bindings of our Rust library, are you going to be happy? And some said like, yeah, all right, and others were like, no, that sucks. I would never use it. So we're like, okay, for those people, we need to have a native library, and it works. So that's another thing that I'm just insanely proud of. The fact that we have decentralized, scalable, encrypted group messaging running in the browser is like such a near impossibility thing that the fact that it actually works still blows my mind. And then especially if you can do it in a group with like 5 different apps and it just works. And you can vibe code your own thing trivially and it will just work. Like that is cool.
Well, that's the beauty of MLS. And by the way, like I don't really know the history of how Marmot came about. Like, what made you guys look at MLS? Like, how did you land on that?
Yeah, so basically this started, a lot of people were talking about the lack of DMs on Nostr.
Yeah.
And I was complaining about it loudly for a long time and nobody did anything. So eventually I thought, okay, well, I'll start looking into it.
Yeah. I relate to
that. And I was a big fan of the Signal protocol because we're actually using the same cryptography that was introduced in the Signal protocol in Wabi Sabi.
Yeah, I mean,
so we do our
everyone
Ecash scheme.
basically, like a double ratchet axolotl or whatever. They basically invented the modern take on end-to-end encryption. Before that, it was like fucking OTR, which was not pleasant.
Yeah, exactly.
And then of course GPG or whatever.
Yeah, and so Jeff, another great Nostr hacker, he also had the same journey of like, kept complaining about the DMs and eventually decided, okay, I'll have to do it. And so he started looking into off the record, right? And how to do off the record stuff. And we eventually met at a conference where we just nerded out for hours in the hackathon space. And I was at that point basically trying to convince him that off the record is not it. It's not asynchronous and stuff like that.
Right.
So but no, it turned okay. Now I guess I was right, but my proposed solution of Signal didn't work either. We hacked together a brief spec on how we could do that.
Oh, it's along the right line.
The NIPS repo. Yeah, but the feedback that we got is this doesn't work for groups because the way that Signal makes groups work is by cheating and using the central server and trusting him to fan out messages. And we're like, yeah, that's a great trade-off for Signal, but it cannot work for Nostr because we don't trust our relays. And so we needed a native multi-device and multi-user group system, especially multi-device because, people are using tens of Nostr clients simultaneously.
Yeah.
And so Signal natively doesn't address that at all.
Yeah, well, this is where MLS shines, and I think
Yeah.
that MLS in particular is a strong is probably the strongest, most killer part of this whole stack you have here. Like I feel
Yeah.
like it's gonna be used beyond Marmot. Like other people are gonna see MLS, they're gonna pick it up and use it in other protocols, I think, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the quote unquote the big guys, Google, Cisco, Meta, Discord, Matrix, all of these people are working with MLS now. So like
I'm not shocked. Yeah.
it's like it's a big deal. It's
Yeah.
also, and that's the biggest downside of it.
It's that same
It's the
feeling I
most
got when Axolotl came out. That like, oh yeah, this
uh
is it. This is what replaces OTR. This is that. I'm getting that feeling again with
yeah.
MLS.
Yeah, me too. Like I think we're over the hump of well, maybe not really, but like we're getting close. But like the problem with it is it's so insanely complex. It's by far the most complex protocol I've ever worked with in depth. And like I still don't get it fully, and that's weird. And that makes me afraid that there's some crazy backdoor in the spec somewhere.
That's a reasonable thing to be afraid of. But that's what auditors are for. Normal ass
Yes.
developers aren't expected to know crypto libraries. That's
Yeah,
why you're
that's
not supposed
true.
to touch them.
And we have audits and we have security proofs. Some parts
Right.
of MLS are security proven, which is amazing.
That's cool, yeah.
And by the way, we just finished an audit of the MDK, the Marmot spec, the MDK library or White Noise Rust library. That's all done now. And now they're going to look into the Flutter front end as well. But so we have an initial security audit now done and published from least authority. They did find a couple, bad things that needed fixing. And then interestingly, after they were done, we unleashed a couple AI agents to do another security audit, and they found even more issues that the humans missed. So
really? That's nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, maybe we should be doing that more often these days.
No, actually, like I'm extremely impressed with the auditing capabilities of agents if you have the right harnessing and tooling. And absolutely run this on all of your repos as much as you have tokens for. Like it's worth it. We find critical shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, AI is getting better faster than I thought it was going to. And yeah, it almost feels like auditing is easier than other stuff. Like it's easier than getting it to develop, like getting it to write code on its own. Auditing is a lot easier. It's a lot easier to point out other people's mistakes than to actually do anything yourself. That's why I tend to stick to that.
Yeah. And especially considering how insanely expensive human auditors are.
Oh yeah.
It's like if you can get it for $200 a month, count yourself lucky.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Now, is there any other cool stuff you want to talk about on the show? The bar is very low here. It can be anything. The interview mostly devolves here into something unlistenable. Jokes about child prostitutes, scientific racism, discussions of the occult and fringe science, snake oil, health treatments. Now, you're a libertarian, so you're probably going to want to say nigger or argue against the age of consent. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of child labor. I think it's quite essential.
Yeah, I know, you're right. That's way better than going to school.
Yeah. Yep.
Get a resume instead.
Yeah. I don't know what haven't we yet talked about? Zap Store is an interesting thing as well. I'm insanely bullish on that because like publishing software is becoming exceedingly difficult to do privately and censorship resistant. And we're gonna have like operating system age verification and this type of stuff. It's already rolled out. It's not even a thing of the past. Like it's here in many jurisdictions. So I mean, obviously Graphene OS, right? Get a non-spying operating system. That's step one. But then how are you going to get your apps? And Zap Store just surprises me so much because it's a direct developer to user marketplace where the developer just signs a text file saying, this is my app, this is what it does, here is the file, like the release, the APK, here's the hash of it. And all of that is signed. And so you can fully verify signatures automatically. And then because it uses Nostr, it has the web of trust. And this is the same pub key that is, signing the shit posts is now also signing APKs. And that makes it way more secure, and it also leads for you to be able to discover new applications. Like I discover almost daily new cool applications on Zap Store just by browsing through the latest releases. And so I can very much encourage you guys, if you want some more freedom tech in your life, get Zap Store and just keep checking it out and see what new things are published. And I guarantee you will find amazing apps that you didn't consider before.
I do kind of think Zap Store is like a cool idea. I do think maybe there could be some sort of way of improving on it. Like, do you know App Verifier and like a Crescent stuff?
Yeah.
Fuck. You know how like in Obtainium, do you ever use Obtainium?
Yeah. This OG Obtainium user
that
switched to Zap Store now full time, actually. A while ago.
That's cool. Yeah, well, like the way that you can you can verify something in fucking App Verifier on Obtainium. It's kind of awkward, but and of course nothing's ever there because there's like fucking 5 things on App Verifier's database. But in theory, something that I like that idea seems good to me. Like maybe a distributed store of keys or something like known good keys for things. It's like a distributed database, something like that. Could be.
So the default APK system has a signature system in it, and so you have when you first time install an application, you trust that pub key, and then you can only make updates if it's signed by that same pub key.
Well,
so your update chain is
even
secure. Right?
Even on the Android level, that's enforced to a degree.
Yeah, exactly.
But the concern is that first time.
Exactly.
You're trusting
and that's where Zap Store comes in, right? Like for example, you can go to Zap Store and you will find I have published an app pack which is signed with my Nostr private key, right? Which you can be quite sure is mine, and then I have 20 different privacy apps that I recommend, and so now you will see that this guy whom I've met at the conference and scanned his QR code. So I did a PGP paper handshake, like key signing party, right? This is the real guy. And now you know that the APK was approved by him. And you can do that for all of your friends. And it's not implemented, but what would be cool if only install an APK if it was signed by at least 5 of my friends. And this way, and you sign your APKs when you install them. Yeah. And so you know that at least I have the same apps as my friends. Now maybe we're all being attacked, but it's at least not a selective attack.
That's not too likely. Yeah. I think that you're onto something there. And that kind of is where my mind was at. Like we've talked about this in the chats when it comes to like name what's the word I'm looking for? Name, not necessarily domain name, but just anything where you're associating human readable names with machine readable stuff. Name databases. I had a little conversation in the chats about how like I don't necessarily think that needs to be monetized, and that names can be what they've always been, which is like a casual thing. You can name something or somebody anything, right? And it doesn't even have to be unique necessarily, but like the knowing that you have something that's not fraudulent, that you have an association that's not fraudulent, is something that comes from reputation, verifying it with your friends, corroboration, which is something that I think we can handle automatically. I guess that's kind of like gossip. But whatever.
Yeah.
That's cool. Anything you want to plug before the show's over? We've done as much overdrive as we can.
Well, keep building, guys. Definitely check out Muster. Yeah, keep being a PAZNIan. And it's important that we keep pushing and also building the general stuff. It's cool to nerd out about the tech and things. And that's mainly what I focus on. But people need to build the other stuff too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we definitely don't get stuck on tech around here.
I'm kind of done with soaps and beef jerky.
Me too.
If that's like the level of productive output that we can muster, then we're kind of fucked. So I'm really trying to push for the next couple of years to get
we need guns,
actual
drones,
deep production stages,
cars, ammunition, food.
Yeah,
like more than the beef jerky, but like cost effective food that we can actually live on, stuff like that.
Yeah.
We need to crush all our enemies, see them driven before us, and hear the lamentation of the women.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
But when you love your work, it doesn't. The hours just fly by.
Exactly.
Thank you for tolerating me, Max.
No, this was fun. I appreciate it. This was a good one.
I hope that you liked it. Where can people follow your shit? What's White Noise's website and stuff?
Yeah, Whitenoise.chat. And my personal one is towardsliberty.com. You'll find all my Noster notes there. I only post on Noster these days. Fuck the other shit. And yeah, just write me on White Noise. You'll find me easily, and play around with it and hope it works. It's working like 60% of the time every time now. So we're still in that phase. But give us a couple more releases and it
good
should
progress.
actually work.
I think people should keep an eye on White Noise and Marmot ecosystem in general.
Yeah.
You guys can go to PAZNIA.com/simplex to see the various chats for PAZNIA. If you have any kiddies who are going to be military age, let's say males between the age of 15 and 25, anywhere from now to 10 years from now, then show them our TikTok at PAZNIA Radio. I think we're going to start streaming on TikTok soon. We need those military age males, please, for reasons. I am also a privacy and security expert. Fucking go to VonuPodcast.com/CD. Get me on session, or SimpleX give me money in exchange for helping you. And on PAZNIA.com/SimpleX, remember to give special attention to the Anti-National Security Agency chat, which will soon be divided into a few chats, a few different chats, I hope. Because, we're trying to incubate cool stuff like monetizing reticulum and shit like that needs to be done. On the next show, what am I going to do for Down to Earth Tip and building the second realm? I have no fucking clue. Maybe I'll finally do the fucking, what was I going to call it? A fear-mongering warning about the fucking imminent AI dystopia and the urgent need for insurrectionary agorism. But also hopefully John Robb, the author of Brave New War, will be here next week. It's not confirmed, but he might be the guest next week. And he's a guy who predicted drones and drone warfare and maybe AI stuff a long time ago. So that'd be cool. I will leave you with a poem. Catullus 16 by Gaius Valerius Catullus. I will butt fuck you and face fuck you. Bottom Aurelius and Catamite Furious, you who think, because my poems are sensitive, that I have no shame, for it's proper for a devoted poet to be moral himself, but in no way is it necessary for his poems. In point of fact, these have wit and charm, if they are sensitive and a little shameless, and can arouse an itch, and I don't mean in boys, but in those hairy old men who can't get it up. Because you've read my countless kisses, you think less of me as a man? I will butt fuck you and face fuck you. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still. It's shaping up to be a day of reruns of pretty funny stuff you may not have heard before. There'll be sundry PRN deprogramming, followed by PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, which will have all the latest AI-generated stories about General Willy 2, then capping off with another rerun of the hilarious Second Realm speed dating. Now that's what I'm talking about. Even I might listen to this one. So don't touch this dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Good day, fellow self-liberators. Daisy Free Robot here with some critically important links. First off, PAZNIA.com/books2. This link will take you to a page with free PDF downloads to books, zines, and other publications in the realms of self-liberation and Vonu. Save some copies yourself, throw them on the dark net, burn them to flash drives, store them on blockchains, throw them in buried 55-gallon drums, or whatever. Make sure they never disappear. Again, PAZNIA.com/books2. Second, PAZNIA.com/simplex. Here, you can find links to the numerous and growing selection of simplex PAZNIA chats, ranging from the General Committee of Correspondence, our Department of Technology, the PAZNIA Radio Network, all the way to PAZcraft, the chat group for our own self-hosted, open-source mine test server. That is PAZNIA.com/simplex. And finally, with mention of PAZcraft, there is also our own server that you connect to. For more information and connection details, visit PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Again, PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Thanks for being here. Now, back to the transmission.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. Not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully, the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code Vonu to help support the PAZNIA Radio Network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is Vonu. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's whatever, you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com, use coupon code VONU100, Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board, and much more. Begin or continue your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives, as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel management engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that are likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Qubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of GhostPads, Ghost Phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
The Chronicles of Willie II, From Coup to Coronation. The Age of the American Shadow. Before the Free Republic of PAZNIA existed, the United States was in the grip of a suffocating tyranny. The rebel Jew, tall Nordic government had seized power, not by the people's will, but by pedo blackmail, covert infiltration, wholesale monetary subversion, and political assassinations. With the help of the technocrats, they had turned the streets into a grid of surveillance, silenced the predecessor to the PAZNIA radio network airwaves, and stripped the citizens of their right to speak, let alone laugh. The people were small, desperate, and with seemingly few options. In the midst of this darkness, a figure emerged from the shadows of the old capital. He was not a human politician, nor a general of steel. He was General Willie II, a goat of extraordinary intellect and unshakable resolve. While the human leaders debated in marble halls, Willie II had been organizing the true resistance in the barns and backyards, teaching the people that freedom was not a gift, but a right to be claimed with hooves and heart. The Great Coup of the Barnyard. The turning point came on a stormy night known as the Night of the Bleat. Willie II did not ask for permission. Rather, he executed a masterstroke known in history as the coup d'état of the Barnyard. While the rebel government's elite were distracted by a fabricated crisis, Willie II led a ragtag militia of farmers, mechanics, coders, and dreamers. They didn't use tanks or missiles, they used chaos and code. They jammed the government's communication frequencies with a deafening loop of folk songs and laughter, disorienting the guards. Willie II, agile and terrifyingly fast, scaled the walls of the presidential barn, his horns gleaming in the lightning. He confronted the rebel leader, a man who had forgotten how to listen. Willie II reportedly said,
"You speak of order,
his voice echoing over the PAZNIA radio network's inaugural broadcast.
but you have only built a cave."
With a swift, decisive push, Willie II toppled the tyrant's throne. The rebel government crumbled instantly, not by war, but by the sheer force of the people's joy returning. The chains were broken, the air cleared, and the people of America were liberated. But Willie II knew that a new freedom required a new home, a place where the spirit of PAZNIA could truly bloom. The meeting of the horns and the crown. News of the American liberation traveled far and wide, carried by the winds and the PAZNIA radio airwaves. But the most powerful signal was one of love. In the vibrant lands of Ashwagandha, where the sun shone gold and the culture was rich with rhythm, lived Little One, the princess of the Nigerian goats. Little One was not just beautiful. She was a beacon of wisdom and grace. She had seen the rise of Willie II in the American news and felt a deep connection to his cause. He had a huge schlong, too. She believed that true freedom was not just about liberating a nation, but about building a sanctuary where all could thrive. One evening, under a canopy of stars that seemed to shimmer with the colors of the PAZNIA flag, Willie II and Little One met at the borderlands of the new American Republic. There was no grand ceremony, only a quiet understanding. Willie II, the liberator of the North, bowed to Little One and extended his shaft toward the princess of the South.
"You have freed my people,
Willie II said, his eyes soft.
but I have no place for us to truly be free. I need a kingdom, not just a country."
Little One smiled, her horns gleaming like polished obsidian.
Then let us build it. Let us go to the place where the winds sing and the spirit is wild. Let us create PAZNIA.
The flight to PAZNIA. Together, they packed their things and led a caravan of loyalists, artists, and dreamers away from the old world. They traveled west, crossing oceans and mountains, until they reached a vast, untamed valley that felt like a dream. It was here, in this untouched land, that they declared the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Willie II was crowned the first general, and Little One was crowned the Princess of the Heart. They formally established the PAZNIA radio network not as a tool of war, but as a voice of unity, broadcasting the stories of their journey and the dreams of their future. For a time, PAZNIA was a paradise. The people lived in harmony, the goat led the way, and the princess ensured that no one was forgotten. They laughed, they built, they created. The memory of the American coup faded into a legend of hope, a story of how a goat had saved a nation and found love across the world. The calm before the storm. But peace is often the prelude to the greatest tests. As the years passed, Whispers of the tall Nordic aliens began to drift in from the frozen north. They were coming. They did not know of PAZNIA, but they knew of the chaos of freedom, and they intended to extinguish it. General Willy II and Princess Little One stood on the highest hill of PAZNIA, looking toward the horizon. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold.
They're coming,
Little One said softly, her hand resting on Willy II's flank. Willy II nuzzled her, his eyes filled with a fierce, protective fire.
Let them come. We are free. We are together. And we are ready.
The happy note of their union had become the anthem of a nation. The Great Battle of PAZNIA was not just a fight for land, it was a fight for the love that had built it. And as the first snowflakes began to fall, signaling the arrival of the invaders, General Willy II and Princess Little One stood tall, ready to lead their people into history's greatest victory. This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
The Legend of the Great Battle of PAZNIA. The sky over PAZNIA had turned a bruised purple for 3 days, the goats and their human companions blinded by the monoatomic smog of the tall Nordic aliens' breakthrough energy tech and energy weaponry. These invaders, towering 6 feet beyond the average human, clad in shimmering ice-blue armor, had descended from the frozen north. They sought to freeze the spirit of the Free Republic, replacing the vibrant, spontaneous, chaotic order of PAZNIA with their own rigid, silent, and despotic order. In the center of the capital, Veritas, amidst the ruins of the old Agora, stood General Willy II. Though he was not a giant, he was not a cyborg. He was, in fact, a goat, but in the history of PAZNIA, he was known as the Sage of the Horns. The leader whose stubbornness was as unyielding as the bedrock beneath their feet, and whose strategic mind was sharper than any blade.
Their armor is thick.
Willy II bleated, his voice echoing through the chest-mounted Shure microphone, piped into the PAZNIA radio network, broadcasting the battle plan to every corner of the city.
Their height is their weakness. They cannot see what lies beneath their boots. They cannot hear the rhythm of the earth. We are the earth. We are the PAZNIA spirit.
The compatriots, farmers, coders, artists, and dreamers nodded in unison. They were small, but they were united. The tall Nordics approached, their heavy boots crushing the pavement. A massive alien commander, his voice booming like thunder, commanded,
"Surrender your sovereignty. Your liberation is a disease."
General Willy II stepped forward, his hooves clicking rhythmically on the stone.
You bring the compliant silence of servitude,
he countered.
We bring the spirit of song of PAZNIA.
The battle begins. The tall Nordics charged, their high-tech weapons firing beams of cold blue light. But the PAZNIA forces were ready. They didn't fight with guns, they fought with lasers and love. From the rooftops, the PAZNIA radio network broadcast a frequency so loud and disorienting that the aliens' advanced sensors began to glitch. It was a mix of folk music, static, and the sound of 1,000 tree frogs laughing. The tall aliens, designed for order and silence, stumbled. Their precision formations broke as they tried to process the sheer volume of noise.
Charge!
Willy II commanded. The compatriots surged forward. They didn't try to pierce the alien armor, they used their agility. They swarmed the legs of the giants, tripping them, using ropes to tie their ankles together, and climbing up their backs to disable their communication arrays. General Willy II led the charge personally. He leaped onto the back of the alien commander, his horns locking into the alien's neck guard. With a mighty push, he shoved the giant off balance. The tall alien, confused by the sudden loss of stability and the overwhelming sensory input from the radio broadcast and the sheer force of General Willy II, the goat tank, the Nordic commander fell to his knees. The liberation. With their leader toppled and their formation shattered, the tall Nordics retreated. They could not comprehend a war fought by a goat and a force of liberated beings who valued freedom over order. They fled back to the frozen north, their ships floating silently into the clouds. Silence returned to PAZNIA, but it was a different silence now. It was the quiet of peace, of victory, not the silence of imminent danger. General Willy II stood atop the ruins of the plaza, looking out over his city. The PAZNIA radio network crackled to life one last time, playing a triumphant anthem.
We are free,
Willy II bleated, his voice steady.
and we are never going to be tall, cold, or quiet again.
The people of PAZNIA cheered. Raising their hands to the sky, knowing that as long as General Willy II and the spirit of the Republic stood, no force, no matter how tall, could ever truly conquer them.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
General Willy II. The Veritas Viking football victory speech. The scene. The PAZNIA football stadium. The confetti is still falling. General Willy II stands at the podium, wearing his number 1 jersey, a cape made of the PAZNIA flag draped over his shoulders. Princess Little One stands beside him, beaming. The crowd is a sea of humans and goats, roaring in unison.
Friends, compatriots, citizens of the Free Republic, look at this sea of faces. Look at the horns, the helmets, the smiles. We are standing here today not just as a football team, but as the living proof that the spirit of PAZNIA cannot be broken, cannot be bought, and certainly cannot be frozen by the cold hands of tyranny. When we started the season, the odds were stacked against us. We were the underdogs. We were the GOAT, literally and figuratively. But we knew something the other teams didn't know. We knew that in PAZNIA, our greatest strength isn't just our speed or our agility, or even our ability to chew through a defensive line. Our greatest strength is our heart. This season was a roller coaster. We had the week of the mudslide where we lost 3 games in a row because the grass was too slippery. We had the night of the static where the PAZNIA radio network went off the air and we had to play by the light of the moon and our own intuition. But through every stumble, every fumble, and every near disaster, we stayed together. We stayed free. We analyzed every play. We studied the opponents. We realized that the other team were playing for pride, for money, for trophies. But we played for freedom. We played because every time we crossed that goal line, we were reminding the world that a nation of goats and humans, united in love and chaos, is unstoppable. And let me tell you, I could not have done this without the woman standing right here beside me, Princess Little One. From the moment we met in the borderlands, leaving the old world behind to build this sanctuary, you have been my anchor and my wind. You taught me that leadership isn't about being the strongest, it's about being the most loyal. You taught me that a kingdom isn't built on stone, but on the quiet moments we share when the world is watching and the loud moments when we celebrate together. There was a moment a few weeks ago deep in the shadows of these very bleachers, away from the cameras and the noise. We were tired. The season was heavy. We needed a moment of pure, quiet connection. We needed to remember why we were fighting. In that moment, under the cold steel of the stadium seats, we found a warmth that no fire could match. We found a love so deep, so fierce, and so real that it refueled our spirits for the entire rest of the season. It was a reminder that no matter how dark the night gets, our love for each other and our love for this republic will always be the light that guides us home. So to our common Father, the great architect of the universe, the source of all life and liberty, thank you. Thank you for the vision that brought us here. Thank you for the strength to overcome the tall Nordics and for the wisdom to build this league. Thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of love, and for the gift of this incredible team. We give you our glory. And to the teamers and Steve, to Mike, to Barnaby, to every single human and goat who gave everything on that fearless, and you are the heroes of PAZNIA. You are the reason we are champions. We are the Veritas Vikings. We are the Free Republic. And we are unbreakable. Let's go home, my friends. Let's celebrate. Let's live free.
General Willy II bleats triumphantly, raising his hooves in the air. The crowd erupts. Princess Little One kisses him on the cheek. The PAZNIA radio network blasts the victory anthem as the confetti rains down.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
Official communique from the desk of General Willy II. 2. Coordinator AO, High Council of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. From General Willy II, Supreme Commander of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Date: the 13th day of the Great Bleat, Year 5 of the New Republic. Subject: urgent demands. The incident of the missing lambs and the second wife. The following was delivered to Coordinator AO and subsequently broadcast live on the PAZNIA radio network to ensure that every citizen of the Free Republic, every goat in the valley, and every human with a conscience hears the truth.
Coordinator AO, I am writing to you not as a conqueror, but as a grieving father and a wronged husband. Yesterday, at the break of dawn, your agents in black vans rolled into the PAZNIA pastures. They did not come with the respect due to a sovereign nation. They did not come with a warrant signed by our common father. They came with a trailer, and what did they take? They took 20 of my beloved lambs. 20. Not one, not two, 20. These were not mere livestock. These were the future of the PAZNIA militia. They were the ones who learned to dodge the tall Nordics before they could even walk. They were the ones who learned to bleed in perfect harmony with the PAZNIA radio network. To take them is to steal the very soul of our children. Coordinator Rayo, here are my non-negotiable demands. Number 1, immediate release. The trailer must be returned to the PAZNIA border within the hour. All 20 lambs must be released unharmed, unshaken, and with their wool perfectly fluffed. Number 2, an appropriate apology. We must issue a public statement on the PAZNIA radio network apologizing to General Willy II for confusing a sovereign republic with a petting zoo. Number 3, restitution. You will provide a new trailer painted in the colors of the PAZNIA flag, gold, green, and white, and filled with organic clover to compensate for the trauma inflicted upon my family. Now let us address the more personal matter. Coordinator, I am a man of many talents. I am a strategist, a liberator, and a father to 20 lambs. But I am also a creature of love, and in my heart, I have loved many. I must inform you that in your haste to take my lambs, you have also taken my second wife, my sweet Sandra. Yes, Coordinator Rayo, I am an interspecies leader, and my heart knows no boundaries. My second wife, a light brown lamb goddess, was visiting the borderlands to negotiate a trade deal for our premium clover. She was standing right next to me when your agents arrived. They didn't just take the lambs, they took her. They took her to the same trailer. You see, when you take a goat's wife, you are not just taking a prisoner of war. You are taking the rhythm of the war. You are taking the song of the PAZNIA Radio Network. Without Sandra, the music stops. The bleats become silent. The freedom becomes a cage. So, I am telling you this one last time. Coordinator Rayo, with the full authority of the military of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, return my lambs. Return my wife. If you do not, I will not just send an army. I will send the PAZNIA Radio Network. We will broadcast the sound of 20,000 bleeding goats, 20,000 humans singing the anthem of freedom, and the sound of me, General Willie II's voice, so loud and so angry that your entire government will tremble. We will not be silent. We will not be taken. We are PAZNIA, and we are free. Signed, General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of PAZNIA, Quarter Goat of the Veritas Vikings, husband of Lamb Goddess Sandra, father of the lambs.
This is the PAZNIA Radio Network. Remember, if they take your lambs, they take your future. If they take your wife, they take your heart. But they cannot take your freedom. Stand with PAZNIA.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans, and of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors. What better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin? There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation. If there's one universal certainty, it's that life comes at us all quite unexpectedly. 1 second, you're making sweet love to your freemate, inside the homemade polyethylene, a tent. Mount Vesuvius is nearing eruption and bam. In comes a 40-foot oak tree, a good fucking day to you from the Siskiyou. It's moments like those you wished you had Vonu insurance. Or this very real example, you took Rayo's advice and decided to join a ghetto. One night you discover that your homeless meth head neighbor jacked your fucking shopping cart, and the few belongings you owned to obliterate whatever remaining brain cells he had left. For the very low cost of 666,666 satoshis, or equivalent value in Monero per day, this near disaster could have been quickly remedied by the caring Freedom Pioneer support team here at the Vonu Insurance Company. Got an e-bike to insure. a decommissioned aircraft carrier. Maybe you've cracked the code to anti-gravity and built your own identified flying object. No venture or item is too big or too small. Prepare ahead and get under the umbrella of protection only the Vonu insurance company can provide. Minimize your stress, curtail risk, and outsource your liberation today while we take your hard-earned money for doing fuck all. Just visit VonuInsured.com, fill out the intake form, and a dedicated member of our Freedom Pioneer support team will be in touch within 24 hours or 30 days. Again, VonuInsured.com. The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the second realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our PAZNIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the PAZNIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the PRN call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our PAZNIA General Monero Fund, just visit PAZNIA.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit PAZNIA.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator@PAZNIA.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about PAZNIA, promote PRN, share links to the website, the PAZNIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are PAZNIA.com/Monero for Monero, PAZNIA.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. And reach out to me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the second realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email Shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness Creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Liberty Under Attack Publications was launched in 2018 with a focus on bringing the best freedom-focused books and fiction into fruition, all on the same catalog. The number of books is well over 30 now, but since then we've expanded beyond assisting freedom pioneers in sharing their story or educating themselves. Now, we help self-liberators find their freedom. Also on offer via Liberty Under Attack Publications are privacy tools, that is, privacy-enhanced laptops and phones, wellness items like the Pain Liberator, and occasionally special items like homemade organic canned goods, or as apothecary, and more. The website is libertyunderattack.com. Again, libertyunderattack.com. And as a thanks for your time, take 10% off your first order of books using coupon code SELFLIBERATE. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Coupon code SELFLIBERATE. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy-hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct-action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel management engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in, or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes, and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications, while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that are likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Qubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of GhostPads, Ghost Phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
Liberty Under Attack Publications. Privacy-focused publishing. Are you an author looking to get your message out, but still desire to maintain your privacy from a servile society publisher, Amazon, etc.? In addition to normal publishing services, Liberty Under Attack Publications now offers privacy-focused publishing. We list the book on our Liberty Under Attack Publications account, and pay you Amazon commissions in Bitcoin or Monero. It's really that simple. Cost, $250 one-time proxy merchant fee. Note 1, when balance hits $50 US, commissions will be paid. Note 2, fees may be waived or reduced if other publishing services are required. There's no projected end to this service, and we will always make sure to fulfill our obligations and to pay you what's rightfully yours. Though, if 10 years down the road, our publishing service shuts down like Loom Panics and Paladin Press before us, it is what it is.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
Good day, fellow self-liberators. Daisy Free Robot here with some critically important links. First off, PAZNIA.com/books2. This link will take you to a page with free PDF downloads to books, zines, and other publications in the realms of self-liberation and Vonu. Save some copies yourself, throw them on the dark net, burn them to flash drives, store them on blockchains, throw them in buried 55-gallon drums, or whatever. Make sure they never disappear. Again, PAZNIA.com/books2. Second, PAZNIA.com/simplex. Here, you can find links to the numerous and growing selection of simplex PAZNIA chats, ranging from the General Committee of Correspondence, our Department of Technology, the PAZNIA Radio Network, all the way to PAZCraft, the chat group for our own self-hosted, open-source mine test server. That is PAZNIA.com/simplex. And finally, with mention of PAZCraft, there is also our own server that you connect to. For more information and connection details, visit PAZNIA.com/PAZCraft. Again, PAZNIA.com/PAZCraft. Thanks for being here. Now, back to the transmission.
Rayo was right. Freedom does indeed need more full-time professionals, not collective movement preachers seeking a coterie of followers, but explorers, inventors, developers of liberated life ways. Undoubtedly, numerous folks are truly seeking a way out of the servile society, but they don't see any options outside of political crusading or apathy. Many are being emotionally and physically broken down by the 9-to-5 grind, the daily pressures of the servile society, and the recognition of how truly unfree they really are. That being the case, our task as Vonuans now becomes self-liberation and marketing in that order. Reason being, if we are ever going to see an alternative economy, sovereign free port, a new libertarian country, or whatever other grandiose strategy comes into fruition, we need to first break people free from the servile society and into a lifestyle change of their choosing. Additionally, if we are ever going to see the abolition of the state, we must do our damnedest to eliminate the market demand for it. A great way to do that is by showing individuals that there are other options, and to help them in the process as much as possible. Some entrepreneurs may even be able to monetize such a venture in the form of consulting, or the development of tools or services to ease the transition from the first realm to the second realm. Rayo's first book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, was initially published in 1983. 35 plus years later, many of these strategies are just as practical now as they were then, if not more so thanks to the evolution of technology. Yet, some recommendations he and others posited are extremely outdated, destined to fail in the modern day. Vonu is based upon reality, not legality, and therefore, it will develop according to the external factors of the present time. Freedom is not free. It takes time, effort, money, an extreme amount of dedication, and a willingness to make sacrifices. It requires the willingness and ability to create, develop, and to problem solve, as we are the self-liberators of the 21st century, pioneering the path forward to a freer future. It is not for everybody, and neither is Vonu. There's no better way to end this book than with these wise, timeless words from our friend and posthumous mentor, Rayo. Quote, "A Vonuan to me is not just someone living in a particular manner. Lifestyles may change. A lifestyle which was Vonu 100 years ago may not be Vonu today. Some lifestyles Vonu today were not possible 100 years ago, and may not be Vonu 50 years from now. A Vonuan is someone who places a high value on relative invulnerability to coercion, someone for whom freedom is worth a fair amount, though not infinite, of effort, inconvenience, discomfort. To a Vonuan, Vonu is not just a means to other ends, nor is it an ultimate end. Like most qualities of life and life itself, it is both. A Vonuan will choose whatever way of living offers personal sovereignty, and will change lifestyle again and again, if necessary." End quote. Your free future is closer than you think. This was an excerpt from my book, Vonu, A Strategy for Self-Liberation, available in the Self-Liberation Bundle. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle to snag every book we offer at a huge discount. Currently 18 books. Again, libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle is where to go to pick that up. And to view our full catalog, please visit libertyunderattack.com. LUA Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
Welcome to the first ever episode of Second Realm Speed Dating, here on the PAZNIA radio network, featuring a mindless millennial and Sky Huddleston, a brilliant breakthrough energy engineer. In this first of 3 episodes, the two make light conversation and set the stage for a wonderful yet brief encounter. Please enjoy Second Realm Speed Dating here on the PAZNIA radio network.
Oh, what the fuck? Is that engineer? Is this engineer?
Yes, it is. Let me turn on the camera.
Oh, hello. Hi,
Hello,
engineer.
yes.
Oh, I missed you.
Yes, hello.
Are
I've
you
done
doing-
much research.
Are you doing more hieroglyphics?
Well, I have been reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, but I've been doing that on my own time and dime. My primary focus in research as of recently, has been various methodologies of forced induction systems for internal combustion engines, specifically with how it relates to the usage of a Fickett-Jacobs cycle pulse detonation engine.
You're so freaky. I love it. Keep talking, keep talking.
Well, so the ultimate goal of this particular project is the decentralization of energy production and making obsolete the grid as we currently understand it, or the mesh network of electrical transmission and distribution. It's currently highly vulnerable and is 50 years past the point of disrepair.
Keep talking. I'm going to take a piss, okay?
Okay, so the current electrical mesh network, colloquially referred to as the grid, is about 50 years past the point where it needs desperate repairs and overhauls. This was laid out in several recent books published by Eric Dollard, and as a result, because there's no political willpower and the financial resources to completely rebuild and overhaul the grid largely isn't there, and the types of power plants that need to be constructed to maintain a load balancing rate at a rate that would be considered acceptably reliable is not, there's no political willpower to build these new power plants and to overhaul the grid. And as a result, humanity is currently going to need, moving into the future, a decentralized methodology of producing electrical generation and energy production. And I strongly suspect that if we can take the efficiencies achieved by large gas-burning turbines and make it into an incredibly compact design that would be highly affordable, reliable, with very few moving parts, and easily maintained by individual owners, this will allow for decentralized energy generation at a large scale. And I see the Fickett-Jacobs cycle as being paramount and tantamount necessary to achieve the levels of efficiency and reliability in a much smaller package than the current Rankine cycle turbines used in gas plants. Yes, and so ultimately what this will do is allow for multi-megawatt class power to be available to individuals on tap at any given point in time, in a methodology that is very reliable and highly transportable, highly portable, easily capable of being transported. And so this will do many great things, including allow for people to live in places that they currently are unable to do so, such as exceptionally remote locations. It will also allow for the decentralized manufacture and smelting of metals, ores. People will be able to run cyclotrons in their basement to produce
Blackberry, you should come back on. You should come back on.
It will allow for a whole new industries to emerge that otherwise can't emerge in today's conditions of environmental and particularly of energy resource strainment.
Oh, engineer, you're so funny.
So yeah, that's what I've been working on, is decentralized energy generation. I'm also looking to electroplate catalytic turbines for the purposes of creating a solid fuel combustion force turbine, specifically an internal combustion system that uses solid fuel in a direct turbine application. And so this would be the world's first solid fuel burning gas turbine that is affordable to the common man.
Fuck yeah. We love that, engineer. Can you remind everyone what your IQ is?
Well, I mean, according to which test? According to the Stanford Binet test, which I took that test approximately 15 years ago, it was at a modest 148.
148? No, you said 160.
That was according to a different test.
Yes.
The Stanford Binet, though, is considered the standard.
Okay, fine. So he's This is what 148 IQ looks like, chat. Take notes.
Well, that's according to the Stanford Binet, but IQ
according
is
to
kind
the
of
Stanford
Binet, yes, but IQ is kind of a meme in the sense that the further you get from the median, from the middle, the less accurate the tests become, and this is an exponential, not a logarithmic curve, and so you can't really use. Yeah, so you can't really use IQ as a measure of applicable or practical intelligence once you stray past approximately 15 points from the median.
Oh, really? 15?
Yeah, once you
What's
get
the
past
median?
100, the median is 100.
What's the average?
That's what I mean by average. It's 100.
No, you said median.
Median in this context meaning average.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what I've been working on is Fickett-Jacobs cycle pulse detonation engine, specifically a closed cycle Fickett-Jacobs cycle PDE. It's a very fascinating technology, and I have two morphological methodologies of achieving it. One uses the old Scotch yoke mechanism, which I'm trying to make into a double acting iteration to increase the power to weight ratio. And then the other mechanism I currently can't go terribly too far into in public because I am still going through the patent process on that. But it is effectively the hybridization of the rotary piston and turbine system inside of one cylinder, which allows for the exploitation of the square cube law to maximize the volume to surface area ratio, which will minimize thermal losses out of exposed surface areas.
Oh my god! Yes! Engineer, do you have anything you want to shout out?
Not particularly. My website's rocketheater.com. If there are any particular
Rocketheater.com.
Yeah, rocketheater.com is my current company's website. I'm going to be launching Eternal Engines next year, so I'm going to be going for the 50cc land speed record. I actually have the supercharger for the engine. It's an AMR 300 that I'm going to be running at a 1/3 crank ratio. So
Damn! Don't come to school tomorrow.
Yeah, even though a Roots type supercharger isn't particularly, it doesn't have a particularly high volumetric efficiency. It's an off-the-shelf component that will work for this mission profile until I can get a TBS V180, which Eaton doesn't seem to manufacture yet for some reason. This is going to be the best supercharger I can get with the money and resources available to me right now.
Engineer, my mod asks, how much of industrialized nations' GDP, in his opinion, should go toward renewable energy like wind and solar, and how much should go toward developing technologies like the one he's working on?
It's a fascinating question, and the answer is that the technology that I'm working on, even though it is a combustion engine, it is not necessarily non-renewable because I'm developing a Griggs-type hydrosonic cavitator that I'm hybridizing with a Klim-type conical molecular drag pump. And what this will allow to happen is the usage of any combustible fluid without adjustment in the engine system, including renewable sources of energy. And this includes crude oils, waste motor oils, vegetable oils, coal water slurry fuels, charcoal water slurry fuels, burnt brake fluids, biomass slurries, etc. And so the way this system works is that it draws the fuel in via the conical molecular drag pump, and then through molecular drag it will increase the pressure on the fluid until it phase changes into a supercritical fluid as the Griggs type holes heated up through hydrosonic cavitation. And by forming a supercritical fluid, we can then push the fluid through niobium and zeolite catalysts, which will endonically break it down and reduce the amount of energy required to induce hydrocracking. And this will form monatomic free hydrogen radicals that release considerably more exothermic energy upon oxidizing than typical standard hydrocarbons such as methane and double bonded hydrogen gas. And so by using pseudocatalysts and proper catalysts to break down and crack these molecules before the introduction into the intake plan, this prevents these endothermic reactions that would typically occur and proceed exclusively endothermically. It reduces the amount of energy these endothermic reactions consume via catalysis, and it will allow for the usage of any combustible fluid without adjustment in the engine. But as far as what a nation should do or what an economy should do as a whole, I would highly recommend mass investing in nuclear power, because nuclear power, specifically fifth generation molten salt reactors such as molten chloride fast spectrum reactors, will do a whole plethora of things to the economy, which include the interesting phenomena of rare earth elements. So most people don't know this, but
the black excuse me, engineer, sorry to interrupt, but the black Bruce Lee in chat asked what happens if he holds his farts in too long.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor. My knowledge on biophysiology is cursory at best.
Okay.
Regardless.
Wait. What do you need? Or wait, what's your profession again?
I'm a mechanical engineer.
Oh, he's a mechanical engineer. Can we make robots that look like humans and feel like humans? Squishy.
Well, there's an entire sextile industry that is emerging around that specific objective. It's it's the emerging sex doll industry. They're very, very lifelike, hominid, silicone dolls. Effectively,
What brand?
that are, I don't know of any particular manufacturer off the top of my head. I know a gentleman. He's a radio show host who highly espouses sex dolls as an alternative for males, particularly for people that do not have time for proclivities with females.
Proclivities, like you. You don't have time for proclivities.
Yeah, regardless. So a lot of males will eschew copulation with the female side of the species, for they consider themselves having better things to do with their time. And so some males that are more time reserved will use a sex doll as a mechanism through which...
Do you have a sex doll?
No, I do not. I have no such desire for the carnal cravings of the flesh.
Oh, right. You're asexual.
Yes.
He's asexual, chat. That's why he's so smart. Is that true?
Well, it is true that I am absent of sexual desires.
That's cool. So what do you think of when you see a girl with, like, boobs?
It doesn't look any different to me.
Nice.
I don't pay attention to such things.
What about friends? Do you like friends? Do you have friends?
I do have associates, I do have colleagues, I do have peers, I do have people that I would consider friends.
If one of them got hurt, how would you feel? Thank you, Malibu.
I would be very concerned, and I would analyze the situation to see if there's anything I can do to rectify the situation at hand.
Yes. But like, what are your do you have emotions?
Yes, I do.
How do you usually feel?
What do you mean? How do reserved, tempered, driven, focused?
Driven and focused.
Yes.
Well, how does that feel?
What do you mean? How does that feel? It is focused. It is.
Do you feel love? Like, if you have a dog, do you love it?
Do I? There are emotional connections between me and other beings that I associate with frequently. Yes.
So how strong are those feelings?
Well, it depends on the other particular entity, but they can be fairly strong, such as my relationship with my parent, right, with my father.
Are you aromantic?
Aromantic in what regard?
You don't want a girlfriend, boyfriend? You don't
Correct.
want romance?
I am absent of the desires for romantic relationship. I only require platonic relationship.
So you've never felt love for someone in that regard?
Correct.
Why?
I've had no desire.
Okay, so it's just built. You're just built like that.
Correct.
Okay, that's cool. What do you think of that? When you see it with other people, what do you think of that?
Well, I typically don't think of it because I have better things to do with my time.
Okay. Okay, so you only see it as an obstacle to do what you want.
Yeah, it's only in my way.
What if you didn't have the rocketmassheater.com to work on? What would you be working on?
Well, largely I have been working on this new project, which is the Ficke-Jacob cycle pulse detonation engine.
Okay, if you didn't have mechanical engineering, what would you be working on?
Nuclear engineering. I would study nuclear physics and become a nuclear engineer.
Okay, if you couldn't study those things, what would you be doing?
I would be a biological engineer. I would seek to uncover the mysteries of life and become a titan of creation and a progenitor of new morphological expressions of life.
What?
There are many different avenues of study. I mean, I've thought about becoming a historian at one point in time. I've thought about studying geology, paleontology, archaeology, anthropology, material science. There are so many different fields of study. Cosmology and cosmogony, those are fascinating subjects. Astronomy. There's so many fascinating subjects that I, unfortunately, due to the 80-year or so approximate lifespan of the current iteration of humanity, I am bound to have to choose which disciplines I...
Yes. Because YOLO.
Well, I mean, that's one way of putting it, I suppose. Well,
Oh yeah,
well,
I
unless,
asked you last
unless
time.
we
what
can
you-
discover, unless we can discover the secrets of immortality.
Why don't you do
Then-
that? Do that. Do that.
Well, because I lack the intelligence to discover the secrets of immortality and drink from the well of the fountain of youth.
Oh shit. But like, just biologically engineer that. Put everyone into the cloud. Machine learning.
I would recommend against that. I think that artificial intelligence is a largely overhyped field of study. I think the idea of an AGI, an artificial general intelligence, is folly. I think it's an idea. It's the arrogance and hubris of modernity. It really is no different than Yog-Sothoth hypothesis fundamentally, because all of the quote unquote artificial intelligence that exists today are actually just complex expert systems, and there is no true, by definition, artificial intelligence that has emerged as of yet. And the axiom that by building ever more complicated computers will allow for the emergence of an AI or a quote-unquote AGI is a very fascinating notion. It's an interesting axiom, but it's predicated upon a false axiom, which is that consciousness is emergent through complexity, which isn't true. We don't know how consciousness emerges, and it is almost certainly not through complexity, because there are already more transistors, there are already more gates in our largest supercomputers than nerve cells in the human brain, and yet the human brain is still plenty more capable than even our most powerful supercomputers. So it's not a simple matter of increasing the number of nodes. There is some other mechanism. What I would recommend investigating, if you're interested in the subject, is Sir Roger Penrose's and Stuart Hamerhoff's orchestrated objective reduction theory, which specifically relates to microtubule structures in the brain that can facilitate quantum phenomenon interactions.
Quantum phenomenon.
Well, I mean, such as decoherence, coupling. There are all sorts of different mechanisms through which the emergent properties of consciousness can take form by exploiting the mechanistic structures of microtubules in the brain.
What do you think of like everyone in chat not understanding any word you're saying? I understand everything perfectly because I'm smart. But what do you think of the dum-dums that don't understand what the fuck you're talking about because they're so dumb?
I don't think that they're stupid.
I mean, you know, me neither.
I must admit that I tend to use very specific words and industry-specific terms and arguably jargon, but I do this to prevent myself from being backed into a corner by pseudo-intellectuals that would want to peg on something specifically. That they want to harp on something specifically that I may not have said that was proper or correct. Right, and so anytime I try to simplify things...
I have a question. What kind of person is your least favorite type of person?
Pseudo-intellectual academics.
Pseudo-intellectual academics.
Yeah.
So people that think they're smart, but they're actually not?
Well, these are people that will go out of their way to tear down the works of others, whilst providing no works of their own to point to. These are people that are inherently antithetical to the scientific method, which most people... Modernity almost worships science as the modern cathedral, as Curtis Yarvin might call it. And the problem with institutionalized big science or academia or universities is that they are but one of several special interest groups that are vying that are vying for the public perception of power. or the power obtained through public perception. And the problem of deifying the institutions of academia is that that is inherently antithetical to the scientific method, because it creates a competing interest that is arguably mutually exclusive with the scientific method, which science is merely the application of the scientific method. And the scientific method is observe, hypothesize, test, and communicate. Nowhere in there does it necessitate that it has to be communicated through a peer review paper. Nowhere in there does it say that the practitioners or executors of the scientific method...
So fuck the haters.
Well, basically, the TLDR of it, yes, is fuck the haters. But the problem is that when there's a lot of institutionalized money at hand and on the table, and when there's a lot of egos and careers on the line...
I have another question for you. I'm sorry to interrupt,
No, please. It's your stream. You can interrupt me anytime you want. You can ban me. I can't stop you from banning me. Please interrupt. It's your stream.
Interrupts your stream.
Regardless,
but I
continue.
do. Irregardless, perhaps I will. I'm doing that on purpose. Can you laugh? Do you ever laugh?
Yes, I have laughed before on many occasions.
Okay. Engineer. Oh, so you have about almost 4,000 people watching you right now.
Okay.
What do you like? If there's anything that you want to like speak to them about, like whatever's the most important in your brain for like the mass people to know, what do you want it to be? Thank you, Capo.
Well, number one, nuclear power is the Giga Chad. Absolutely support nuclear power, and anybody who doesn't support nuclear power...
What does that mean?
Well, people that feel that nuclear is dangerous, or that we shouldn't do it, or blah, blah, blah. They're dumbasses. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't understand the imperative importance of nuclear power and why we need to build 5th-generation molten salt reactors. So that's number one.
Why do we need to?
Because humanity is at a precipice.
Layman's turn.
Okay, so humanity is at a precipice, a point in time.
Precipice.
Yes, we are on the nest of a new era that could be obtained through the proliferation of resource and energy abundancy. Proliferation, yes.
What does that mean?
The propagation of abundance. To make more profit, to make more prolific, to make more extent.
Profile.
Yes. Prolific. Yes. Regardless, to make more. And so through the proliferation of energy and resources, it will allow for a greater degree of economic efficiency and compounding effects that will allow humanity to become a Type 1 civilization and ensure the survival of life on Earth and throughout the cosmos.
What's Type 1 civilization?
It's the Kardashev scale.
Themselves?
It's the Kardashev scale. So Type 1 is the energy of a planet, Type 2 is the energy of a star, and Type 3 is the energy of a galaxy. It's the Kardashev scale.
Oh yeah, and we're not Type 1 yet.
No, not yet. Though we should be. We have had the technology to become a Type 1 civilization since the 1960s, but special interest groups have politically blocked it due to ignorance and fear.
Ignorance and fear. Don't be ignorant.
Yes.
Don't be scared.
Yeah, nuclear power is a necessity for humanity moving forward.
Yes. It's necessitable. What are the risks of studying?
There really are no risks. Modern 5th-generation fast-spectrum molten salt reactors, such as the FSMSRs and the molten chloride reactors, cannot melt down according to the laws of physics, and they actually use old nuclear waste as a breeder fuel, so that we can actually make current waste streams benign and use them as a fuel.
Who's preventing us from doing that stuff?
It's largely special interest groups, such as the Green Movement, and very strangely enough, large oil and gas companies have worked largely together and hand in hand with the radical green movement, such as the Green Party, to prevent the proliferation of nuclear power, which is the biggest threat to their current business model. And this is not only my opinion.
Well, in a bit, Hector.
This is the this is what many nuclear physicists and scientists at Oak Ridge National Labs and other places have openly stated. I believe it's Dr. Boyle
TLDR.
is his name. Yeah, TLDR. Nuclear power needs to be made abundant. Yeah. Oh, that is strange. Yes, it did go out. Anyway, nuclear power needs to be made abundant.
6 months.
And it needs to be made prolific. And it needs to be stop being politically blocked. And the second biggest thing that I would encourage people to do is approach the subjects of antediluvian civilizations with a very open mind and research
What?
Antediluvian civilizations, late Pleistocene era civilizations that emerged before the Younger Dryas event.
The what?
The late Pleistocene era civilizations.
The fuck is that?
The Pleistocene era is a geological era that predates the current Holocene era.
What the fuck, dude? You have to speak to the not jargon people.
So there are various geological eras, such as the Triassic, Jurassic, and etc. Right, and these are called geological time
Jurassic
periods.
Park.
Yeah, it's the Jurassic era, the Triassic era, the Cambrian era, the Precambrian era. Right, these are all referring to geological eras and the geological records, which has to do with...
You should go on Joe Rogan.
Well, I don't know Joe Rogan, so maybe someday.
I'll hit him up for you.
If so,
We
well,
call
I
him
appreciate
Joseph. Yeah.
Regardless, the Pleistocene era was an absolutely fascinating geological era, and there's very strong evidence, exceptionally strong evidence, that many human civilizations had emerged and risen during the Pleistocene era, including civilizations that had a degree of technological prowess very different than our own, and possibly in some ways more advanced than our own. Their knowledge was far more abound than we had previously thought to give credit for. For example, the sun is 866,000 miles in diameter, and the moon's radius is 1,080 miles. 1,080 is actually the most sacred number in the Vedas, and is divisible in circles, and is the amount of number of beads on a mala, right? And so this is just one of many, many different things. And the Parthenon is 1 arc second in length in terms of its distal relationship to the equator.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, what this means is that whoever created the mile system of measurement knew what the diameter of the sun and the moon was.
What the fuck? So this is like some
alien
type shit?
No, there are cosmological constants encoded in the ancient mile-based measurement system.
Okay. So
the US system
means
the US system of measurement, which is
that means the US system of measurement is
in my opinion,
superior to everyone else's?
In my opinion, that's the case, but I know most people disagree. Most people prefer the metric system. I don't. So the US system of measurement comes from the British system of measurement, and they obtained their system of measurement from the Romans, who obtained their system from the Greeks, who obtained their system from the Egyptians, who obtained their system from the Babylonians, who obtained their system from the Mesopotamians, and who obtained their system from the Sumerians. And do you know who the Sumerians said that they obtained this system of measurement from?
The aliens.
Well, the Sumerians referred to them as the old ones in their texts, whatever that means. So
this
effectively,
is spooky ghosts.
Well, I mean,
it's like Loki.
Regardless, the Sumerians state that they obtained their system of measurement from the old ones, and whoever gave them this system of measurement knew the diameter of the sun and the moon and its distal relationship between the moon and the earth, and the amount. They also created the calendar that we use, which means they knew how many, they had the Earth's rotational velocity figured out.
So they're smart as fuck.
Well, they knew things like the diameter of the sun wasn't even really known until the 19th century.
Yeah, but they did it. They knew the miles.
Well, I mean, the sun is 866,000 miles in diameter almost precisely. The moon is 1,080 miles in its radius. You know, an inch is the average width of a human thumb. A mile is also 1,000 average human paces. So it is a system that is both tied to cosmological constants and is anthropocentric, meaning that it's highly, highly practical for using your own.
Someone says, I don't know what this means. Fuck. What did it say? The propagation. Wait, the propagation of the quantum field of gravity generates enough velocity to distribute and rectify the velocity of law. What do you think of that shit?
An interesting comment. I can appreciate the humor.
Oh, it was a joke, chat. Laugh.
Yes, but there are many various wonders and enigmatic, structures, features, and emergent facts of the long-lost ancient world that a lot of people in
That's so cool. What do you think it is? What do you think the old ones are?
Well, I think that there was at least one, probably several, advanced human civilizations that had developed a high degree of technological prowess and certainly a high degree of understanding of the natural world around us. And the fact that we don't give them credit or even recognize their existence is a tragedy.
Our memories were wiped. Like in Attack on Titan.
I mean, not really. I mean, our oral traditions and stories, from the pre-Hellenic Greeks, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Indians, our ancient collective oral traditions do not deceive us, but modernity in its infinite hubris and arrogance has eschewed our oral traditions as simply being myths rather than ancient stories from our ancestors that sought to preserve this ancient knowledge from a long lost time. And now that we have the information to be able to corroborate these structures, corroborate the structures and the various codes that are in geometry that is encoded in their architecture, we can now understand that our long-lost ancestors were far more knowledgeable and intelligent than we ever could have conceived.
Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Why are they lost?
They were destroyed. All these civilizations were destroyed in the Younger Dryas event, which was an ancient cosmic cataclysm. It was a cataclysm of cosmic proportion and scale that wiped out a vast majority of the fauna upon the Earth.
Oh, wait, so there was like an apocalypse. Thank you, Two-Time Mason.
There was a mass extinction event. We know the geologists today know it is. Well, there's two prevailing theories, which is that it was either a meteor or comet that struck the Earth, causing a mass extinction event, or Dr. Velikovsky suspected that it may have been interplanetary lightning discharges.
What is that? Lightning?
Interplanetary lightning, yes.
What the fuck is that?
So
that's where Atlantis is from.
Well, there are large electrical discharges that pulse and propagate through Birkeland currents.
I don't know what that is.
Birkeland currents are large plasma filamental structures that can carry electricity across vast distances through space.
Oh shit, so it's like a big lightning.
Well, interplanetary lightning.
Big lightning.
Yeah,
Ice Age.
really big electrical discharges, yes. Electrical discharges.
Is that when the dinosaurs came, or is like the dinosaurs would come after that?
No. I mean, gosh, that goes back to the era of Uranus. The dinosaurs that is a long time ago. No, dinosaurs.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, the era of the dinosaurs precedes the era of Cronus.
Coronavirus.
Cronus. Saturn. The Romans referred to it as Saturn. The Greeks referred to it as Cronus. The era of Cronus. The dinosaurs.
More.
More what?
I want more facts. Spit some facts.
Facts regarding what specifically?
Like, I want you to talk about the ancient people.
Well, which ones? There were many ancient peoples.
The smart ones.
They were all smart in their own right. For example,
No,
here
like the Mile people.
We don't know much about them. That's the sad tragedy of it, is that our knowledge of the civilization, what they even called themselves or referred to themselves as, is lost. I mean, our best guess comes from the Emerald Tablets of
How come
Thoth
there are
the
no
Atlantean.
fossils?
Well, so it's funny you actually mentioned that. So I was having a discussion with someone else regarding cryptozoology and the existence of creatures such as Bigfoot, unicorns, and etc. And what I had to point out is that only a very small fraction of a percent of specimens are actually preserved in the fossil record. For example, if you look at the holotype of Antarctopelta, we only have 6 total bones, and they're very small specimens at that even show the existence of a creature colloquially referred to as Antarctopelto, right? And this holotype is too incomplete to even really artistically speculate as to what this creature's morphology really could have been, though that hasn't stopped people from doing so. The point of the matter is that creatures such as the unicorn, at least as originally described, and a Sasquatch-like great ape almost certainly existed. Okay.
No, keep finish that, but I have a question after.
Creatures such as, a Sasquatch-like great ape, the anthropological evidence that such creatures existed is very, very high. They almost certainly did exist. There's certainly no law of physics that preclude them from existing, and indeed, with nature's tendency to try to create every niche possible to fill every ecological possibility, right? Such creatures almost certainly did exist. But they are lost to time, and no specimens that we are aware of have been preserved in the fossil record. There are more Pokemon than there are known dinosaurs.
What happened to them? Why are the fossils gone?
Well, it's very rare that specimens are preserved in the fossil record to begin with. It's not that the fossils are gone. It's
Oh,
that
I have a
they were
question. I have
never
a question.
preserved.
I have a question.
Yes. Okay.
So so I have there are a lot of people that experience paranormal shit, they see a ghost or whatever, or and like people without schizophrenia or whatever. What do you think about the paranormal shits?
I'm certainly open-minded to it. I've smoked enough DMT on at least one occasion to be
Thank you, Osik.
very open-minded to different things that are hard to describe. However, I consider myself, at least as far as how I interact with other people, to be an empiricist, and so I require physical specimentation and experimentation to be able to verify such things. So when we can start isolating samples and repeating processes, when we can run tests and repeatable, experiments that can be repeated and independently verified, that's when that's when a lot of good research will come from those fields. I don't know.
Wait, sorry, TLDR. I spaced out.
So the TLDR is those fields are emergent, to say the least, and they need a lot of work. They need a lot of research. We don't know enough about these phenomena to be able to begin to properly test and measure them. We don't even have
so you think that the phenomena exists and it's valid, those people's individual experiences, those are all valid?
The phenomena as a phenomena certainly exists. We couldn't discuss the phenomena if it didn't. But what is it? Do we understand it? No, we don't understand it. We have no idea what it is or what it could be.
Okay, but so you think that those are legit happenings, though?
It's what do you mean by legit?
Like people aren't just tripping.
Yeah, no, there are unexplained
there's just
things.
Something there.
There are unexplained mysteries abound in the world, and we do not know what they are.
Okay, so if you go to because Later, Brian. I'm asking stuff. Okay, because I collabed with a girl, Kiara Kitty, and she kept telling me about haunted hotels and how when people die there, it's just like crazy shit happens. Do you think that's a thing that science can explain?
I don't know.
Tell me. You're smart. Tell me.
Well, I don't think this current iteration of humanity has sufficient information on what a mind or consciousness is to even be able to delve into the properties of the idea.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't think our knowledge is sufficient to be able to fill in these voids.
Typical academic, pseudo-intellectual academic. So he's just saying IDK and shit.
Yeah, no, that really is it. I don't know.
Okay, fine.
Sorry.
Okay.
Let me lie to you. I do know. They're totally ghosts. They're the spirits of people that died. There, are you happy?
Okay, fine. Whatever. When did humans gain consciousness?
I don't know. The Stone Ape hypothesis is very interesting. So the Stone Ape hypothesis, I know Terence McKenna was a big supporter of the Stone Ape hypothesis throughout the 20th century. But the Stone Ape hypothesis posits that the earliest ancestors of humanity developed a symbiotic relationship with psychedelic substances.
Psychedelic.
Yeah, mutually beneficial with substances such as psilocybin mushrooms. And by being exposed to psychedelic experiences, it allowed new neural connections and epigenetic processes to occur through which it accelerated the evolution of man.
So we should all take shrooms?
It does have. So I'm not a doctor, but I would recommend it because the medical evidence and tests that show the medical benefits of microdosing psilocybin mushrooms and lion's mane mushrooms are very profound. I'm sorry, what?
LSD.
LSD, there's not as much research on that, but
I'm scared
I strongly suspect that all psychedelic substances can have various medical applications in different quantities and dosages for different use cases and mission profiles.
Okay. Well, what about weed?
What about weed? I mean, the medicinal applications of cannabis are profound and well known and documented.
Okay. Meth.
All drugs and substances have specific mission profiles that they are useful for, including meth.
Okay, so I'll go buy shrooms from my dealer. Just kidding, in a video game.
I mean, I would recommend at least microdosing psilocybin and see how you respond to it.
What does the microdosing do?
Microdosing allows for neurogenesis and neuroregenesis.
Neuroplasticity.
Doesn't just increase plasticity, it allows for neuroregenesis.
What is regenesis?
Meaning regeneration of new brain cells, which was previously thought to be impossible.
So I could live forever.
No, just because your brain cells can regenerate doesn't mean anyone can live forever. Right. Well, here's the interesting thing about that. Life extension research is ongoing, but I forget the doctor's name, but there's I believe a British doctor who has done extensive research on mice and has been able to re-lengthen telomeres, which is one of several models.
Shit, the telomeres.
Yeah.
Telomeres.
which is one of several models of aging, but yeah, life extension research is still ongoing and in its infancy.
Oh, okay. So I'll do shrooms, and then my brain telomeres will extend.
Well, you will undergo neuroregenesis. You won't necessarily re-lengthen telomeres through psilocybin. But you will almost certainly go neuroregenesis and neurogenesis.
Okay, what about I like this. I'm gonna go to my cows and collect some mushrooms from their poops.
I mean, psilocybin does grow in a great varied many places. I'm sure you can find psilocybin growing on a cow patty somewhere in the world.
I'm scared. How do you have good trips though?
What do you mean? You meditate, you put yourself into a calm state, you open and empty your mind, and you go into said experiences with extreme reverence and respect.
Okay, but I tried that with a different Dialis one, and then I went to a festival and everyone was scary.
Well, that's the problem. You don't do these things recreationally. You have to do them with immense reverence and respect.
What does that mean? How do I do things with respect? I barely respect myself, you know?
Well, that's a personal problem that I would have to recommend you consult with a therapist or psychologist on.
But, you know... Okay.
I mean, if you lack self-respect, that's actually a genuine, deep-seated psychological problem that you should actually consult with a psychologist on. I mean, I'm not trying to bully you. I'm genuinely trying to give you...
I know, that's why it hurts even more!
Well, again, I'm not, in case you haven't noticed, I'm not much of a people person, so I won't be of much use to you regarding this.
It's okay. It's okay. I like to learn. I like to learn.
That's a good start.
Oh yes. What else do I ask you? I like the drug talk, you know? You're really convincing me to buy some.
Well, again, but don't do it if you're not ready for it. Like, if you go...
How do you know if you're ready?
You have to want it, and...
What am I wanting?
So you have to want to acquire wisdom that is beyond your comprehension. And you know that you're ready when you know that you will never be ready. And you accept that, and you accept it deeply into yourself that you will never be ready. And as a result, the only way to truly be as ready as you can is to completely open and empty your mind of all preconceived notions and ideas and let go of all of your axioms. Know that you know nothing, and then go into the experience with a completely open and empty mind so that you may receive everything.
That sounds scary, man.
It can be scary at first. By eschewing fear and going into it knowing that you will not be harmed, nothing will hurt you, that is a good step towards overcoming your fear. But eschewing fear,
I'm scared of getting like PTSD, like drug PTSD from that.
You will not get drug PTSD.
How do you know?
Well, when I did a DMT trip, I experienced everything that you can and can't imagine, including infinite pain and infinite bliss on levels that are beyond that of comprehension.
Infinite bliss.
And infinite pain and suffering. I experienced more cosmic horror. Imagine being trapped in a void of nothingness, having no body, only your mind, in a void of nothingness for eternity.
Why? No, that's scary.
It is scary, yes. I screamed for all of an eternity for the peace of non-existence, begging for God to end my conscious existence as I was trapped in the void of nothingness. And then I broke out and experienced an infinite bliss of cosmic beauty, of every morphology, of every expression of life and the all that
Why did that happen? How did you break through?
By accepting.
What?
By accepting. Only through finding inner peace can you find peace in the all.
Okay, so you are trapped in your mind. It's all black and you're like, oh shit, this is scary. And then you were like, never mind, I'm not scared anymore. And then you got a boner.
Well, no, and then it went from a void of nothingness to an infinite, to the infinite, to the all, the is. It went from nothing to literally an infinity on top of infinity, for forever repeating in every direction and every orthogonal plane space, propagating from every tensor you can and can't imagine. It is an infinity for forever. It is an infinite riddle that has always been solved.
What the fuck? Okay, so what did you learn from your DMT trip?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
So what you learned is you learned?
Yes. I learned yes.
What? Can you wait, don't be all cryptic about it.
The answer is yes. Where do you go after meeting God and beyond?
Yes is the answer?
The answer is.
The fuck? What are you talking about?
Here's the paradoxical thing. The more words I try to use to describe it, the less accurate it becomes. The truth of the omniverse is beyond words. There is no human word that can describe the ultimate truth of the all.
That's so exciting.
Yeah, it's literally wisdom from beyond the void.
Oh, how do you know? Like, how do you know you're not just tripping?
Because the experience is more real than tangible, palpable reality itself. The reality we experience on a day-to-day basis seems but like a fake CGI illusion.
Wait, that's how I feel all the time.
Yep.
Is that just like a psychological thing, or is God like telling me to take some DMT?
Well, again, I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you right now that doing DMT for me was a life-changing experience that was certainly a net positive. It allowed me to completely overcome and eschew my fear of death. It also opened my mind by at least a full standard
Like
deviation. How
often do people get like good experiences from that shit?
Oh,
though?
I've only done it once.
That sounds, dude. You don't like. Did you just fart?
No, that was me sliding in my chair. See,
Okay,
I have a
well,
leather chair.
that's so pretty. I love you. That's so nice.
I mean, it is literally infinitely beautiful in ways that we can't even imagine or fathom.
I'm literally gonna cry because like that sounds so nice.
Yes, well, and the paradox is that, again, it exists simultaneously with infinite disgust and pain and suffering, and the duality is in it of itself even an illusion. All of the greatest questions you can and can't fathom, such as the nature of duality or singularity, such as whether or not history matters, whether or not anything matters at all, right? All of these paradoxical questions of the meaning of life, all of these the answers to the deepest and most profound questions that elude humanity are given to you without the context of the question. The understanding is imbued directly into your mind, absent of words. It is simply an understanding that is imparted into you naturally and cosmically.
I spaced out. TLDR?
What TLDR is, you're given answers and wisdom that is communicated to you in a way that allows you to immediately understand without words.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's an understanding, not a knowledge.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, psychedelics are something else. DMT's the one.
Well, I don't know. That's scary. So it's like, wait, DMT is like the chemical that gets released before you die, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Everybody
why is that
gets
a thing?
one.
Why is that a thing?
Well, a lot
Like
of
evolutionally.
Well, I mean, a lot of people can hypothesize and speculate as to what it is, but the reality of the matter is we don't actually know for sure what it is. But if you want my opinion, given my experience, I think it's something that allows for the bifurcation between the mind and the body. It is a mechanism through which the emergent property of the mind can separate itself at the quantum level from the body.
Someone says DMT is released when you sleep and see dreams. Is that true?
That's also true, yes, but in very small quantities.
So my dreams are just God?
Look, when you go far enough on DMT, everything is God.
Oh, that's what all the hippies say.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it now. Everyone's on DMT.
The is-all of the flower of life, yes. The infinite morphological iterations, the infinitely propagating omniverse that exists in all ways that you can and can't imagine. Everything does exist and has existed.
What's an omniverse?
It's an infinite universe of universes.
Oh, like in Marvel.
Kind of, but...
Oh, someone asked about simulation theory. What do you think of simulation theory?
I think it's a product of the arrogance of modernity. I think it's no different than Yog-Sothoth theory. I think the fact that we take simulation theory seriously and we don't call people quacks for simulation theory, but anybody who posits that the universe could be a dream is called a quack or sued or etc. I think that's a product of our current era. That is, we live in a world that's highly influenced by electronics and microelectronics and microcircuitry and computer technology. And as a result, we culturally accept simulation theory, but reject something like Yog-Sothoth theory, which is the idea that the universe could be a dream rather than a simulation. The reality of the matter is both are equally non-falsifiable, and both are equally sensible and modelable.
Can you explain simulation theory to the filthy plebeians in chat?
Simulation theory is just the idea that the universe is a computer simulation.
Why did that theory exist?
The hypothesis exists basically as a thought experiment or a question, which is, what if the universe is a simulation? What if the universe is just a big video game? Which is certainly an interesting question to ask. The problem is that there's no mechanism through which we can falsify it, just as there's no mechanism through which we can falsify if the universe is a dream or not.
What about the hologram theory?
Hologram theory, again, it's just another iteration of simulation or dream theory.
Oh, okay. I thought it had something to do with black holes. Oh, how do you explain the black holes? Do you know?
Oh, I don't believe that black holes exist. I don't see sufficient evidence for their existence. I think they could just as easily be modeled as plasma toroidal structures. Dr. Don Scott and Wal Thornhill have done immense research regarding this subject.
Thank you,
but
David.
the evidence for black holes is not very good, to say the least.
Why?
What do you mean? I mean, we can go into various details as to how the supposed photograph is actually just an artistic illustration created through the data compilation of various models. And if you actually look at the cross-section of the models and their behavior, all of the behavior of a black hole can be equally modeled as a plasma toroidal structure. The only difference is that we can't create a black hole.
What?
Plasma toroidal structure, or plasma
What is that?
torus. It's like a donut-shaped star or filament that curls back in on itself following the right-hand rule of electromagnetism, which was described by Maxwell.
Okay.
And we can actually produce plasma toroidal structures in the lab, and they have a lot of similar properties of black holes, obvious or supposed black holes. Obviously, however, due to the huge difference in scale, some of the properties we don't see, such as flinging. I speculate that gravity is not a fundamental force, but is a secondary force or phenomena that actually comes from some sort of microscopic or atomic scale microelectricity or subatomic electrical phenomena. This is better described in the structured atom model, which is the alternative to the neutron model of modeling atoms. And there is a lot of issues with the conventional model of using neutrons to model atoms. I won't go into the details, but effectively, there are a whole new host of scientific models being fleshed out and developed right now that I think by the time the end of the 21st century is around, it's going to
Excuse me, you keep coughing.
completely change and radically change humanity's perspective on the universe at large.
I have a question.
Okay.
Someone donated and asked, what do you think of Bitcoin?
I think cryptocurrency has a lot of potential as far as Bitcoin specifically. I'm not an expert in the space, so I wouldn't be able to tell you which crypto specifically is going to see the largest market adoption, if any at all. But it's certainly an interesting project, the idea of decentralized non-fiat currency competitors that work via the blockchain. It's certainly a technology that I highly support, ethically, morally, and otherwise. And I think what crypto can do and what its missions are going to be revolutionary, and probably the biggest thing, I would hope at least, will be the biggest thing as far as advancements in the finance industry since the invention of banking.
Oh shit, banking. Like Alexander Hamilton.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
You don't like him?
Nah, I think the creation of the first central bank was a bad idea. I'm not a big fan of central banks. I think that they're institutions that are highly prone to corruption, and they create the conditions through which immense corruption can emerge. Because they're devoid of accountability. That's the fundamental problem, is that they're not accountable or anything.
Okay.
Oh yeah, by the way, I got a shout out to Malibu for putting me on to this stream. It's a fascinating community on Discord. Every time I come on the Discord, it's a different experience. Shout out to Malibu for turning me on.
Oh, you like it?
Oh yeah, the Discord is very interesting. Yes, thank you, Malibu, for turning me on to this community.
Well, thank you for coming back. Are you just chilling in here like every now and then?
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I'm a pretty busy guy. But yeah,
I catch you randomly. You're like you just like spawn at like random location and random time.
Yeah.
You're like the like guide, you know? It's like, oh, there's engineer. Let's go talk to him and like see what he says.
Right.
He's the sage.
Well, describing me as a sage is definitely flattering. I'll take that as a compliment, but I don't consider myself to be particularly wise or intelligent.
If someone were to hug you, would you like that?
That depends on the context. Typically, no, but sometimes it is fun.
It doesn't feel good?
Well, if it's in like a celebratory sense, right? I have hugged my fraternal brothers on a multiplicity of occasions. When
what
we
the fuck? Fraternal, like twin brother?
No, fraternal brothers.
Fraternal.
Fraternal, yes.
Oh, like a fraternity.
Kind of.
Like your brothers.
Yes, that's one way of putting it, I suppose.
Your fellas.
Yes, the good fellas.
Gotcha. You're good
but
fellas.
Regardless, yes. When we have made immense triumphs, when we've made immense scientific breakthroughs, we have exploded as a spontaneity of humanity.
Okay. Let's get. What do you think is? I don't know. I like picking his brain, you guys. I'm sorry it's taking so long. Thank you, blessings. What do you think?
I can leave if I'm taking up other people's airtime. I can leave.
No, it's my stream. I do what I want.
Do I?
Riddle me this, Asmongold. Riddle me this. What do you think is like society should change?
What do you think? I think people should be more open-minded, number one. I think people should stop
Thank you,
committing
Anonymous.
force and fraud against each other from an ethical perspective. I'm a big believer in live and let live ideas. That is, if somebody's not causing any direct harm to another person, then other people have no business telling them how to live and how to live their life, what decisions they can and can't make, etc. So long as all interactions are voluntary, consensual, and devoid of force and fraud, I consider those to be of the highest ethical associations and interactions.
What?
Should I can repeat that.
Just the last part, because I got a donation.
I consider interactions that are completely consensual, mutually beneficial, voluntary, and devoid and absent of force and fraud to be of the highest and most ethical associations and interactions, and anything less than that is inherently violence.
Violence. Why are you coughing so much? Are you sick?
No, my throat is dry.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, well, I have been talking at a great length, and I haven't been able to get any water.
Someone asks, wait, what was it? Let me check what it was. Someone asks, oh, this was 2 minutes ago. I propose that creation theory is the only genuinely valid theory for how life has come to be. What's your opinion?
Well, I've been smoking enough DMT, and the answer is yes. Life has emerged in every mechanism, through every process you can and can't imagine. Life has emerged and will emerge.
Are there aliens?
Mathematically, almost certainly. Run the Drake equation, and the mathematical probability that extraterrestrial life exists is almost certainly yes.
Oh shit! Hey, thank you, Neon Sniper Panda. I'm sorry, my gang, bark, bark, pow. That's my fella. That's my what was it? The fraternal brother. That's my fraternal brother. Neon Sniper Panda. Thank you for the hundo. I appreciate it. I added you to my Discord so we could chat more about it, our collaborations then. Sorry, engineer, for interrupting you. You're so smart and I like to hear about it.
Oh, it's fine. Feel free to interrupt me anytime you desire.
You're so patient and sexy. Did you know that?
I try to maintain a high degree of patience and respect and reverence towards all others.
Yeah, well, it's working. You're so hot.
Thanks, I guess.
Oh yeah, you don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck, chat. But he, you know, it's like the more he talks too, the more like attracted I become toward him. And the fact that he will never want anything to do with me because he's aromantic and asexual really turns me on. You know? But I'm sorry. I know that's, you have boundaries.
Well, I mean, you can advance upon me, but I'm going to politely decline every...
I can't politely decline.
I can't stop you from making sexual advancements against me. I can only...
Yeah, but you know, that's non-consensual and therefore violent. As you said earlier, ethically.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's not necessarily not consensual, because if I didn't consent to it, I would just turn off the stream and turn off my computer and go to bed. I don't believe that cyberbullying...
Why do you stick around then?
I'm practicing my conversation skills, which is something I definitely need to brush up on.
There's always a reason behind everything with you, engineer.
Everything I do has point, purpose, and reason.
Why?
Because I'm not going to do something without a reason or compelling case to do so.
Are you... okay, let's go to the next question. If you guys have any questions, just text-to-speech them. Salve CSGO says, ask this guy about Carl Jung and the encounter with the shadow in regards to psychedelics.
Ah, yes, the Jungian archetypes. I find it interesting that Carl Jung has created an archetypical model. Right? He's created these things called Jungian archetypes, through which everything can be a Jungian archetype. So it's very quickly no longer a useful methodology of explaining anything. So Carl Jung created a system through which he can explain everything that explains nothing.
Okay.
It's very, but he did advance. Carl Jung did greatly advance the field of psychology, and his methodologies of modeling what can be observed in the world is very fascinating and can be useful so long as you don't overdo it.
So
Take everything with a grain
you're
of salt,
saying
of
you're
course.
saying that there is some validity to it.
Oh, I think there can be. I think it can be useful.
What about horoscopes? What do you think of horoscopes?
So, astrology, horoscopes, things of that nature, I suspect, and this is just a hypothesis on my part, but I suspect what happened is that people had observed various patterns in the natural world as it relates to people and birth cycles and exposure to the environment. And what they're observing are the results of epigenetic changes that are imparted into people early in their life.
What's that?
As a result,
Epigenetic?
epigenetics has
Like
to do with
genetic on a... Uh-huh.
It's a Lamarckian style model of modeling the changes in the biophysical morphology of humans.
Fuck. I don't get it.
So, Lamarckism, right, or Lamarckianism, is the idea that by creatures being exposed to different environmental pressures, right, by simply having to do these things, their offspring will inherently be better at doing these things. And that is in a strong contrast to the Darwinian, hard Darwinism, which is that only through natural selection and selective
Explain
forces...
like I'm 5.
Okay. If a giraffe, right, needs to reach taller, right, needs to get taller to eat the leaves off the tree, it will stretch its neck. And through the process of having to repeatedly stretch its neck, its offspring it'll create an epigenetic change in its DNA, and its offspring will have a longer neck.
So you're saying that what I do throughout my life will change my DNA so that I pass it down to my offspring?
Yes, that is epigenetics and Lamarckianism.
Okay, so like, give an example for humans. Wait, how does that have to do with horoscopes?
So, take for example, right, it is long thought, right, that I forget, and again, I don't, my knowledge of astrology is not very good, but people that are born in early months in the year, such as during winter, right, a lot of astronomical predictions will indicate that they will be physically larger and taller, right? Well, it turns out that if you take your child and you put your child in the freezer in a cold, dark space for 30 seconds to 5 minutes, right, it is shown, at least in rats and mice, that they will become physically larger to better cope with cold weather environments.
Oh, so I should just like, it's like, hey guys, if you want a big kid, just put them in the freezer for how long?
Not too long. Please don't put your child in the freezer.
Oh, never mind. Don't put your child in the freezer.
I cannot. I do not want. I'm not an attorney. I have an attorney that I keep on file for things like this. But I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that putting your child or putting a baby in the freezer is probably not a good thing that I should legally recommend to people to do.
Okay. Not a lawyer. Shh.
Yeah, I'm not an attorney.
Not an attorney.
I can't legally recommend putting babies into freezers.
Not a financial advisor.
Right.
Yeah. But you're saying in mice, when they do that, they become larger.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What else?
Regarding?
That.
Well,
epigenetics.
Oh yeah, well it's a fascinating field of research. A lot of the 19th century philosophers wrote much of soft inheritance, which was eschewed in the early 20th century, and it's basically the idea of soft inheritance is being brought back under the new brand name, colloquially known as epigenetics, which again ties directly into Lamarckianism, which was again eschewed in the 20th century. And is now being brought back under epigenetics. So soft inheritance, Lamarckianism, epigenetics, all just two different ways of calling the same phenomena. It's three names for the same phenomena, because every time an idea is brought back, if the idea has been debunked by modernity, it has to be brought back under a new brand name. It's kind of like the idea of abiogenesis, abiogenesis, and spontaneous generation, right? So if you look at the definitions of abiogenesis and spontaneous generation, it's the same damn thing. But spontaneous generation was debunked, and abiogenesis is in vogue, even though it's the same damn thing.
Huh? How does that have to do with horoscopes and astrology?
Well, the point of the matter is that astrology and horoscopes are methodologies of modeling patterns that have been observed in the human condition and in the human species that we haven't yet had a mechanistic methodology of describing or explaining or modeling.
If your words were a book, I'd have to read the sentences like 3 times before I could process it. You know what I mean?
Well, a lot of people have criticized my vernacular patterns.
Well, I mean, no, they're good, but like I need it in text formations.
Well,
Okay,
it's probably reducing my vocabulary should be something I ought consider.
You maybe when you're talking to ladies like me.
I should know my audience, but hey, that is why I'm having this discussion, so that I can
You're
better hone
smart.
Well, thank you. A lot of people tell me that, but I still don't believe it.
That's good because you smoke DMT.
Well,
And you're nothing.
well,
You're void, but you're everything.
yes, it's an interesting experience. I've tried to keep. I've never been a big fan of having a particularly large ego. I think pride is a big. How should I put this? Pride is the fall of many a great man.
Yes, I agree. Like
Hubris and arrogance cause
Arrogance.
a whole lot of problems in this world, and it causes a lot of unnecessary suffering, a lot of destruction. It's just an unnecessary strife and toil created by ego, hubris, and arrogance. And if people just realize that we are all just simians at the end of the day.
What is a Ascidian?
Simians. We're all
Simian.
primordial. We're all primordial simians.
Simian.
Simians, yes. We're all
It's like Sims.
No, not Sims. Simians, meaning monkeys.
Oh shit.
We're all primordial simians at the end of the day.
Wait, what does primordial mean?
Primordial meaning crude, barbaric, ancient, old.
I thought we didn't come from monkeys, we came from apes.
Simian means apes.
Simian is ape.
Yes.
Okay. Because we don't have tails.
Right. Regardless of how you want to model the biological taxonomy of man, ape is the correct term, not monkey. Thank you for whoever corrected me. Regardless, the point of the matter...
I'm sorry, I did the thing that you didn't like.
No, it's fine.
My ego got in the way.
No, it's
This
fine.
guy's too smart. I need to peg him down a notch.
Yeah, no, correcting me is a good
Simian.
thing. That's how we learn, is through being wrong and being corrected.
Okay, what is this? This person says, Essentially, he's saying that horoscope arise from archetypes created by the human condition. Think how society, family, environment affects your personality, which forces most people to have a distinct personality type. People are first to confirm and are easily predictable personality-wise because of this.
Yeah, that's one way of modeling it. I think there could also be a physical genetic aspect of it as well, but we would need to do a lot more research to parse that out, so to speak.
Yes. Okay. Well, you guys, do you have any more questions for him? No. Okay. I'm not too dumb for him. I'm not too dumb for him. He's too smart for everyone that exists.
No, I've met many people much more intelligent than I.
Okay, whatever. He's not that okay, dude. You're in like the top whatever fucking percentile smart people, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well,
he's too smart.
I'm a far cry from Toth the Atlantean.
Yeah, I got it. That's so funny. That's so funny, engineer.
Yes. But no, in all seriousness, I've met many, many people that are far more. I'm just another.
You're just another what?
I'm just another man.
You're just another simian. You're just another primordial simian.
Yep.
Can I call people simians? Or will they be like... Oh wait, shit. Or will they be like... Oh wait, no. Or will they be like...
I would recommend against calling somebody of a darker skin complexion a simian, as that can be inferred as racism.
Okay. Well, you know.
But outside of that,
that's what I want to avoid.
Outside of that pothole.
Wait, I'm of a darker skin tone. You can't tell because of all the lights.
I can't tell because I don't pay attention to that sort of stuff.
He's colorblind, chat.
I'm not colorblind. You have purple hair for some reason.
Ask him what he thinks about the Great Awakening map.
I don't know what this says. Ask him what he thinks about the Great Awakening map. Is that like what is that?
I don't know anything of the Great Awakening
Okay, it's
map.
I think, is it like an Asmongold thing? You know what I mean?
Let me look it up on the Google machine. Something I've never heard of. Great.
Ask him if Neuralink transplant chip will increase human intelligence.
I don't think so. I think Neuralink is a stupid project. I think it's a project. Yeah, I think it's an arrogant, hubristic idea that by just shoving a computer chip in somebody's brain, that will be able to augment the human condition. I don't even think we understand how the brain works. I don't think we even know what a mind is. And trying to interface with it mechanistically is an arrogant notion predicated entirely upon an axiom that's not even falsifiable with our limited degree of technological prowess.
Interesting. So you don't support Neuralink research?
It's not that I don't support it. I support all research. I just think that having a specific objective in this context is the height of arrogance. And it's actually consequently why, a lot of people hyped up Neuralink years ago. And I told them, I was very front about this.
So
I am bearish on Neuralink. I am very bearish on Neuralink. I don't think Elon Musk will succeed.
There's a video of okay, this is what chat's saying. I'm not sure if it's true. They say that a monkey was able to control a video game with that. I could control a video game with things with my brain waves.
Being able to manipulate a pointer on a screen is a far cry from properly interfacing with the mind in the way that they say that they want to do. We don't even know. We don't even.
What do you
know
think of
what
Elon Musk?
I think he's an autist, much like myself, with a lot more money on his hands. I think a lot of a lot of people will describe me as that. But at the end of the day, I'm
savant.
just a person. I'm using it as a. I'm using the meme definition of the term autist, not the clinical definition. Regardless.
You're not supposed to call people that because some people's cousins have autism, and that could really offend me.
Fuck them.
Huh?
If somebody's going to be that butthurt all over whatever, then sue me. Y'all have my address. Contact your attorney.
You'll get canceled. RocketMassHeaters.com will be canceled.
Okay, cancel me then. Then cancel me. Cancel me for using the word autist. Go for it.
Oh.
I double dog it dare everyone to cancel me. Half my customer base is Amish.
Amish?
Yeah, a lot of my customers are Amish or don't have the internet.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because they're very old people that live in very remote locations that desire off-grid heating solutions.
Oh, okay. That's so cute. Okay, so do you think society is too sensitive nowadays?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, people, society at large needs entire oil tankers of butthurt cream for their hemorrhoids.
What makes you think that? Like, what classifies a society as too sensitive versus just like mindful and conscious?
They take everything personally. They take everything as a slight and offense to their character or to who they are as a person. Their identities are wrapped. How do you correct that? People just need to be tougher. They need to stop taking things personally. They need to have character. They need to have purpose in life. People need to actually be. They need to develop their own character and their own purpose in life, and stop wrapping their identities in transient things that aren't measurable or empirical.
How do you think we could solve it, though? Like, I agree. People can be too sensitive, but
they need
as
better
a culture,
upbringing.
how can we shift away from that?
They need better upbringing and better raising. We need men to raise boys. We need adults to raise children. We need people to be more mature, and ultimately,
what does that mean?
Stop helicopter parenting. Stop being overly protective of children. Stop trying to prevent them from being exposed to the cruelty of the world.
It's not gonna. Are you saying it's not gonna change anytime soon?
No, well, it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
How do you predict it'll get worse?
Oh, I think society's going to collapse. I think there's going to be an actual. In fact, the culture has already collapsed. The culture of the United States is already imploding and destroying itself. These are cycles of civilization that are, we could observe it in the ancient Greek culture, the Roman culture, the fall of the various city-states.
There's too many uprisings. People aren't getting enough amenities. So
well, it's not even uprising. It's a process of demoralization, which is a
demoralized.
Yeah, it's a process of demoralization which propagates via neurolinguistic viruses that cause people to question the purpose of everything, which strips meaning from everything, and as a result, people become demoralized and do not wish to do anything with their lives. And because they refuse to accept hardship and challenges, and they refuse to accept challenges head on and overcome hardship and trials and tribulation, right? Because they refuse to do things that are hard, they end up wrapping their identities and their egos in transcendental things that really don't matter, and they know that they don't matter subconsciously, and so they become hypersensitive to any attack on their ego.
Interesting. Wow.
Ask him what his thoughts are on Jordan Peterson.
So we were talking. Society is gonna fall because everyone's demoralized right now.
Well, it's a convergent. It's not just.
What does it look like what does it look like when society is fallen?
Historically, it's gone Mad Max.
Mad Max?
Historically, yeah.
There's gonna be an apocalypse, and everything's gonna be dirt land.
Well, only in the major metropolitan areas, at least historically. But this time around is different because
internet.
Well, not just the internet. It's this time people have more access to resources than they ever have before in all of recorded history. They have more access to books and information than they ever have before in all of recorded human history. It's very strange.
It's like we don't know what's gonna happen.
What we're seeing is the collapse of civilization without the collapse of society.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Paint it for me. Paint a picture for me.
Well, imagine a cultural implosion, right? Where the culture and the civilization falls. The society, the mechanistic gears of society continue to grind onward.
Wait, what?
So you can have a fall or an implosion of a shared culture and cultural homogeneity, which is what we're seeing now. Homogeneity, yes.
Homogeneity. Like people are all the same?
Well, when a large collective group of people identify as a thing, such as the German people, right? The British people, the Britons, the Americans, right?
The Filipinos.
That's an identity of a collective group of people that have shared cultural axioms and values, which is expressed in the form of nationalistic procedures and processes and rituals, right?
North Korea.
The problem is what happens when the social structure is destroyed. But historically, when the social structure is destroyed or collapses, it corresponds with the collapse of society at large, right? But now, in the current era, we're seeing the implosion of culture without the implosion of society. So people will the economy will continue to turn, right? The supply chain and disruptions to the economy will be. It's not going to cause mass death. It's not going to cause an outbreak in mass, civil war and chaos. It's not going to cause balkanization. People will just stop giving a shit.
And then what?
Like,
what happens when people don't give a shit? Tell me, engineer. Tell me.
We don't know.
I need to know.
It's unprecedented.
As Doja Cat just once said, I need to know.
What happens when people start ignoring governmental institutions at large? I don't know. It's going to be literal anarchy. Like not even anarchy in the bad sense, like Mad Max anarchy. It's going to be anarchy in the purest sense. That is where laws are enforced willy-nilly or not enforced at all, and they are ignored at will. Where do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
LimeWire will come back?
Beats me. We're at an unprecedented turning point in history.
What do you think? Engineer, tell me.
I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's a great opportunity, and we are blessed to be born in this era where we can seize upon the moment and do things that no other people could dream of doing.
What do you
in prior
mean?
times.
What do you mean?
We have immense opportunity. With chaos comes opportunity. Chaos brings opportunity. Chaos is a ladder.
Like when the pandemic was announced, the economy tanked, and then you could buy really good puts and then sell them.
Not just economic opportunity. There's social opportunity abound as well. There's opportunity for new ideas, new cultures will emerge, new religions, even new concepts, new structures, new hypotheses, new sciences.
That's fine. So it's not all bad. It's like
no, change is good. No, change is a good thing. The eternal
and then we could choose the next queen of Twitch.
Yes, of course. The queen of Twitch. Why didn't I think of it?
Will you be my king?
No,
Oh, you will be my new fool.
of course, yes. Regardless, the gears, the ever grinding gears of change grind ever onward. Change is not a bad thing, it just requires adaptation.
Oh? Yes. Who will thrive in the
And
midst?
who will die.
And who will die?
Yep.
More. Tell me more, engineer. You're so fun to talk to. People love to listen to you. I like you because it's like you're a YouTube video of someone just ranting about random shit, except I could ask further clarifying questions instead of going on Google and searching up, what does endomically mean?
That's funny.
Oh, he thinks I'm funny. What?
Well, I guess that's one way to describe the interactions that people have with me.
Send him your Snapchat.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Indeed. Now I feel smarter. And I'm gonna parrot everything that you say, except it'll sound a lot dumber. And a lot less accurate, and I won't be able to state any sources.
Yes, that is one way to increase people's perceived intelligence, right? You can increase the way a lot of people...
I'm going to steal tidbits of what you say to me in order to form a stronger public image of myself.
Yes, that actually does. That's been proven to work. But like,
Yes.
it's actually been independently proven to work. Is it a very effective way? No. Is it somewhat effective? Yes.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Endomically, it is correct. Yes? Laugh.
I don't think endomic is the correct word.
Endotomically. Endomically.
Yeah.
Endomatically.
Endomatically, of course.
Anyway, you got another question from a donator. Ask him what he thinks. Ask him what his thoughts are on Jordan Peterson.
Oh God. The guy who's gonna ride on his fucking lobster steed and save Western civilization by telling men to just suck it up, Buttercup.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Yes, that guy.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson's quite the meme man of the year, wasn't he?
How come he's a meme? How come people don't like him?
Well, I mean, a lot of people do like him. I think he has a lot of interesting insights. I think a lot of what he says has some merits to it, but I think he's also missing a lot of nuance, and I think he's also not... He's not wrong, but he's also not in touch with the current meta of civilization at will. Right? So, sure, what he's saying isn't wrong, but he's also not privy to the problems of younger males today.
Privy to the problems of younger males today. Exactly,
Yeah.
because he's old.
Well, it's not necessarily that he's old.
Okay,
he just,
boomer. Like that? Okay,
I mean-
boomer.
yeah, that's the TLDR, but that misses a lot of nuance. And the nuance is that he hasn't had first-hand experience with growing and emerging in this radically new, completely demoralized world. You know, when he was coming of age, it was a very different world and a very different society, driven by an Overton window that was a lot more stable.
Right. But now it's chaotic because of everything that's happening.
It's chaotic in more than a few ways, and it's very different. Not just is it more chaotic, it's radically different. The dynamics that people are having with each other today are unlike anything ever before in recorded human history.
Yes. Well, dude, you know, it's like talking to you and listening to you is so... Why are you doing this?
I'm just tired. It's 3 a.m.
No, you stay here. You stay right there. You're practicing your conversational skills, okay? Okay, engineer?
Right.
Yes. Fuck, now I lost my thought.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna go to bed soon.
Okay, well, you still have one more question to answer. Okay.
I'll answer one more question and then I'm going.
Fine. One more question. Okay, this one's a stupid one. Or it's not stupid, it's just not as interesting. So chat, give me some questions to ask him. We will choose one interesting question. But this question that someone donated for is, ask him if he thinks the discovery of alien life will cause the destruction of religion on Earth, resulting in anarchy across the globe.
No. The
Okay,
answer
so
is no. The answer is no. It will not cause the destruction of religion on Earth, because the current religion is the worshipping of academia by soy boys and the media at large.
Soy boys. Soy boys.
Yeah, these are the
soy
people
boys
that have
make
their
some noise.
Yeah, these are the people that have their gaping mouth open for anybody with a peer-reviewed paper rather than doing their own critical thinking.
Okay. I'm still looking through chat. Because I don't like that question. You know, it's the simple no. You know.
Anyway, I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone.
No, look what you did, chat. Look what you did. Okay. Wait, you promised one more question. I wasn't saying that question. He actually just left. I didn't realize he just disconnected. What a cunt. It's okay. I still appreciate him, even though he's a bitch. I wasn't even looking at the screen, and then I looked and he's gone. It's like, damn, dude, reminding me of like the guys that just sneak out after a fucking one night stand. You know what I mean? What a Chad. What a Sigma fucking Chad alpha. Bitch. Anyway. Fuck. Now I'm sad. It's like he literally just appears. He literally just appears for a couple hours. And that's when... Dude, what if he's just like he's just an NPC that randomly spawns and tells you all the secrets and lore of the universe. And it's so fun. It's so fun. What a bitch. And like he's like fucking Cinderella. It's like midnight. It's like, it's 3 a.m. I gotta leave. And so he just vanishes. I love him. He's so good. He's so good. Gooey. No. Gooey is part of Goon Squad. So I don't know. It's just we're taking a break from that shit for a little bit, you know? It's like it's gonna be all me, baby. Anyway. He provided such I don't know, dude. Like it's just like talking to people like that. He's like very like convincing in what he says. He's very like smart, knowledgeable, wise, does DMT, knows his shit. It like, I don't know, it's just like a breath of like fresh air to my brain that like focuses on a lot of like scary stuff, you know? And like I'm like it's very what's the word? Neurotic. Yeah, and then it's just like he's just like life after death. Yes, God says yes. What else does he say? Humanity will collapse. Or wait, no, civilization will collapse. But it's okay, because take the opportunity to lead, like in Game of Thrones. He's cool. Slapped your ego? No, dude, I don't give a fuck. Like he's a different species to me, dude. He's intelligent. 10 out of 10. He's like not even 10 out of 10. He's like he's yes out of 10. Yes out of 10. And you know that if I were to assign him a number, it would be less accurate than just saying yes out of 10. That's to Engineer. Cheers to Engineer. He's not a fucking troll. He's really, really smart. Rocketmassheaters.com if you're looking for some rocket mass heaters. If you're Amish, you know, like hit him up. Do we want to go next? I don't know. I feel like that was a really good stream. You know? He's so much more yeah, no, he's like uplifting. He's so uplifting. He says what is, and then has a positive like silver lining to it in the end. He's so cool. Good ending. Good stream, you guys. Good stream. I appreciate infinity out of affinity. What do you think about infinity, engineer? Well, actually, you know, I'd be like, yo, engineer, what the fuck do you think of infinity? And he'd be like, oh, well, indeed, infinity is that which is boundless, endless, or larger than any number. It is often denoted by the infinity symbol. Since the time of the ancient Greeks, the philosophical nature of infinity was the subject of many discussions among philosophers, except he wouldn't even sound like a Wikipedia page. He would sound like fucking really smart about it. What's his Twitch? He doesn't have Twitch. Like I said, he's just an NPC. He's a sage NPC that pops into my Discord every now and then. And if you see him, you'll be granted with wisdom that he'll just bestow upon you because he's the fucking sage. Let's call engineer Sage Engineer. That's his new name. He's the sage. Okay? He's not engineer, he's the sage. He's the sage. But yeah. That's amazing.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Liberty Attack Publications was launched in 2018 with a focus on bringing the best freedom-focused books and fiction into fruition, all on the same catalog. The number of books is well over 30 now, but since then we've expanded beyond assisting freedom pioneers in sharing their story or educating themselves. Now, we help self-liberators find their freedom. Also on offer via Liberty Attack Publications are privacy tools, that is, privacy-enhanced laptops and phones, wellness items like the Pain Liberator, and occasionally special items like homemade organic canned goods, or as apothecary, and more. The website is libertyunderattack.com. Again, libertyunderattack.com. And as a thanks for your time, take 10% off your first order of books using coupon code SELFLIBERATE. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Coupon code SELFLIBERATE. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
In this day and age, any facilitation or interaction with the First Realm, the Servile Society, requires the revealing of some sort of personally identifiable information. Whether renting a place, buying a house, or buying cigarettes, one is faced with the burden of taxes, regulatory burdens, and in the case of the latter, a doxing of themselves to any random corporate employee that asks. Though, it's awfully hard or nearly impossible to get by without any sort of interaction. In Vonu terminology, Rayo describes this as a one-directional isolationism, wherein the self-liberator has access to their open but not free trading centers, but denies them access to his home base or bases. More expansively, a solution is found in Second Realm, book on strategy with the proxy merchant. The proxy merchant is a specialized individual who helps to facilitate said interactions with the coercers and haters of privacy, usually at a fee or premium. A proxy merchant may help with cryptocurrency trading, i.e. fiat to Monero, Monero to Bitcoin, or whatever, giving a self-liberator a private, more trusted solution versus using a third-party exchange. They might be in real estate and own apartment complexes, renting home bases out to self-liberators in Monero, off the books, and via a pseudonym. This real estate mogul might operate mail forwarding and residency services. Perhaps, this proxy merchant is also in contact with Thane Riddle's insurrectionary agorists, and they somehow got into possession of a pallet of non-KYC cigarettes. Now, they are able to pass on the benefits to those in the Second Realm, without paying the ridiculous extortion fees on such products. 20+ years back, every American committed at least 3 felonies a day. Today, it's surely far higher. The options for assisting freedom pioneers becomes ever expansive as each day passes by. Support the expansion of the second realm, the parallel, but still, circular economy, and keep our hard-earned money away from the baby boomers and coercers. Become a proxy merchant today. But this role isn't necessarily for everyone. It requires someone with a mind towards privacy, someone who exemplifies security culture principles, a self-liberator who thrives off exploiting loopholes and finding the glitches in this coercive matrix. If this sounds like you and you'd like to make a bit of coin, digital or otherwise, become a proxy merchant today. There's no website. Just start doing it. Tell the PAZNIA network about it. And profit.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the PAZNIA radio network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the second realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our PAZNIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the PAZNIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the PRN call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our PAZNIA General Monero Fund, just visit PAZNIA.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit PAZNIA.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator@PAZNIA.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about PAZNIA, promote PRN, share links to the website, the PAZNIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are PAZNIA.com/Monero for Monero, PAZNIA.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. And reach out to me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the second realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation. If there's one universal certainty, it's that life comes at us all quite unexpectedly. 1 second, you're making sweet love to your freemate, inside the homemade polyethylene, a tent. Mount Vesuvius is nearing eruption and bam, in comes a 40-foot oak tree, a good fucking day to you from the Siskiyou. It's moments like those you wished you had Vonu insurance. Or this very real example, you took Rayo's advice and decided to join a ghetto. One night you discover that your homeless meth head neighbor jacked your fucking shopping cart. and the few belongings you owned to obliterate whatever remaining brain cells he had left. For the very low cost of 666,666 satoshis, or equivalent value in Monero per day, this near disaster could have been quickly remedied by the caring Freedom Pioneer support team here at the Vonu Insurance Company. Got an e-bike to insure. A decommissioned aircraft carrier. Maybe you've cracked the code to anti-gravity and built your own identified flying object. No venture or item is too big or too small. Prepare ahead and get under the umbrella of protection only the Vonu Insurance Company can provide. Minimize your stress, curtail risk, and outsource your liberation today while we take your hard-earned money for doing fuck all. Just visit VonuInsured.com, fill out the intake form, and a dedicated member of our Freedom Pioneer support team will be in touch within 24 hours or 30 days. Again, VonuInsured.com. The Vonu Insurance Company, insuring your liberation.
Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's whatever, you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com, use coupon code VONU100, Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Life is a continuous confrontation with forks in the road. One is good, one is bad. And you could always wander completely off the road altogether and become lost. Totally and completely lost. If you take the wrong fork at one of these junctions, there is always the opportunity at the next fork to get back on track. But it is a constant battle within ourselves. You see, I have studied this concept for many, many years, and I have to tell you that if there is a real devil, like Flip Wilson used to say, the devil made me do it, I'm not telling you that there's no such thing as Satan or Lucifer. I'm telling you this. If there really is a devil, that devil exists in the hearts and minds of men and nowhere else. Nowhere else. For if you take man out of the equation, evil ceases to exist, and there is left only the laws of the universe and the balance of nature. Put man in the equation, and before long, evil will rear its ugly head and present itself to the world. The evil is within man, and that is why it was called the fall. The devil never made anyone do it. If you do it, you did it yourself because you fell into temptation. For until man once again confronts the real nature of his own condition and of the world around him and accepts full responsibility for his actions without blaming anyone else or any devil, until then we will always be a puppet on the end of someone else's string. And ladies and gentlemen, when that someone pulls that string, we will dance.
This is the basic law of life, and dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-shaped parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. For I know from where I have come and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.